producing highest quantity, about 60 million metric ton, followed by Punjab and Maharashtra. So most of the time, the residue is being burned in the agriculture field because farmers want their crop ready, for, field ready for the next crop. Not only in India, farmers in the developing country around the world burn about 10 billion tons of crop. And you know, if you burn so much amount of crop, you are putting a lot of contaminants in the environment. And it is estimated the total CO2 and equivalent CO2 emission from the crop waste burning are equivalent to annual emissions of 714 coal-fired power plant. So huge amount of CO2 we are putting in the environment because of the crop residue burning. In India, this is not only restricted to Punjab, Haryana, or Delhi. If you see this map, farmers across India, they are burning, whether it is south, east, west, or north. So finally, what is the problem? Because the time between the two crops is very short. So this is the cheapest solution they have. They just burn it. And yesterday, Professor Ashutosh Sharma also talked about the religious reason, and there are so many things in their mind because they think when they burn, they are getting some ash, and that ash is going to give some fertility to the soil. So there are many problems. I talked with the farmers also. So we need to talk about those problems also. So I will try to give some brief idea about that. Now, as far as the biomass burning is concerned, I think in villages, they are also using for the heat generation. But the problem is this is a low bulk density fuel. So I mentioned here many problems when you want to use as a fuel. Also, if you want to make this biomass useful for industry, you have to have a industry within 50 to 100 miles. If we are only ending up with the bulk density of 100 or 200 kilogram per meter cube. If we go beyond that radius, I think the cost will be higher. So we need to find a solution which we can provide to the farmers inside the field, on-site the field, so that they can easily adopt and implement in the agriculture. So when you burn this biomass, you have a lot of problems. I'm not going to discuss these again. Already we talked these problems yesterday, including global warming, air pollution. But I want to point out here 2-3 points. When you are burning, you are also losing the soil ecosystem, including the organic matter, which is very important, soil fauna, structural properties, fertility, then fodder loss, erosion is also one of the problems. Then also we are losing a lot of employment opportunity. So just to give you an idea that if we have 1 ton of stubble burning in the field, it is going to release about 1,460 kilogram of CO2. So huge amount of CO2 we are putting in the environment. In addition to that, per hectare, we are losing a lot of valuable nutrients, including nitrogen, potassium, phosphorus, sulfur. So these are the additional problem when you are burning on the field. So the best solution is, as we talked yesterday, either you can convert this into a liquid called bio oil or into the syngas by using pyrolysis or gasification process. But again, there are many problems as far as feed is concerned, then how to take the biomass to that particular plant. So how to set up that. So those are the issues. And there is one additional advantage about the biochar, which I am going to discuss today, and that is the carbon sequestration. So what we are doing is we are converting this into the waste, this waste into biochar. And this biochar is porous in nature, having high surface area. So you can use this to remediate water, to remove impurities from water. You can use this to make the soil fertile. And also, when you put this biochar in the soil, it is going to sequester the carbon. So these are the advantages which you cannot have with the other technologies, what we talk when we talk about the pyrolysis and gasification. So whatever platform you use, whether it is a biological conversion process or the thermal conversion process, this slow pyrolysis, conversion of biomass into biochar, has many advantages. Now, I am not going into the detail about the yield, how to play with the temperature and residence time, but when you do that, I think by simple slow pyrolysis or carbonization process, we are able to achieve up to 40% of the biochar compared to when you are doing the fast pyrolysis or the gasification process. So when you apply this biochar in the soil, it will work as a soil conditioner. It is going to act as a long-term carbon sink. It will increase the crop productivity. It is going to address the climate change mitigation. It is going to address the habitat for the microorganism in the soil. It also prevents the nutrient leaching. This is an additional advantage when we use that in the soil. Then you can reduce the fertilizer needs. Then it enhances the water holding capacity. So that way you can also decrease the amount of the water to be used in the agriculture. It increases the cation exchange capacity. Finally, you can also use this for the water treatment, especially the phosphate, nitrate, to stop the eutrophication. And then once you have the treatment done, that biochar loaded with phosphate, you can use again in the agriculture field. So that way we can achieve the sustainable agriculture. And overall, we call this that, okay, this is very good sustainable development, because we are linking the food security, energy, and the water. So what is biochar? For those who are not familiar with the term, this is a fine-grained charcoal, high in organic carbon, and the important property, largely resistant to decomposition. So the half-life of this biochar is more than 1,000 years. So it can be in the soil for more than 1,000 years. Then we keep that under the carbon negative technology, because when you are putting this carbon in the soil, it is taking a lot of CO2. Then these are some of the advantages which we have. I already discussed about that. Because of this high surface area, this can be utilized in the water remediation or water filtration. And also it increases the microbial activity, enhance plant microbial interaction. So overall, what I want to mention here, the other technologies which are directly converting waste into energy, they work under the umbrella of carbon neutral cycle. But when you just doing the conversion under this carbon neutral cycle, you are again and again recycling this CO2 that is coming back to the plant and then going into the environment. But at least you can stop the accumulation of the CO2. But in this case, what we are doing is we are taking some of the biomass, converting that into biochar, putting in the soil, so that it is not going to come back in the environment. So what we are doing is we are converting this carbon neutral cycle into carbon negative cycle, which we call it biochar cycle. So at least some amount of the biochar which you are putting in the soil will be staying in the soil for thousands of years. The good thing is, like in 2018, IPCC, they released a special report about the global warming of 1.5 degrees centigrade, and they listed 6 negative emission technologies, including biochar, then reforestation, afforestation, soil carbon sequestration, BECCS, DACCS, and enhanced weathering. And out of these, the first 3 technologies are well proven. So we do not need to prove these again, but the last 3 technologies, I think we have to have a long-lasting studies to make sure that enhanced weathering and these other 2 technologies are feasible. So biochar, along with 2 other NETs, they are ancient proven processes which provide many other benefits beyond the carbon sequestration, which I explained. Now, when you do the pyrolysis, what material you will be calling as a biochar? So usually we have the nomenclature for that, and that is based on the H by C and O by C ratio. So if you have H by C ratio higher than 0.7, we are not going to consider it as a biochar. So on the left hand side, we are ending up to the soot and graphite. So we are not interested in that. And on the right hand side, that is your biomass. So we have to have the range between where we have the charcoal and char between 0.5 to 0.6. Now again, based on this O by C ratio, you can also find out the stability of the biochar. If it is less than 0.2, half-life is 1,000 years. If it is 0.2 and 0.6 between, then 100 to 1,000 years. And if it is less than 0.7, then you have greater than 0.6, then you have less than 100 years. So these are some of the important points. Now there are a lot of confusion when you are talking on the platform. Sometimes people talk about the char, sometimes ash, sometimes charcoal, sometimes biochar. So let me try to give some idea how it is different from charcoal, char, activated carbon, or hydrochar. So charcoal is when you are using the wood and doing the carbonization, you are ending up with the charcoal. Char is when you take any synthetic material. I'm not going to talk here only biomass, any synthetic material, and you do the thermal conversion. So char may have some problems also, maybe some toxicity problem also. In activated carbon, once you have charcoal, you activate the surface, you will be ending up with the activated carbon. In hydrochar, you are doing hydrothermal carbonization. So the material you are getting is different from hydrochar. The properties are entirely different. So I think we need to understand the difference among these terms when we are going to talk about the biochar. Especially sometimes people are confusing with the soot. Soot is the secondary pyrogenic carbonaceous material that is resulting from the gas condensation. So biochar is a very environmental friendly product. So initially we started working on this. I think I consider this my baby. I started working on this problem in 2006 when there were not many publications in the literature. But now if you just look into the literature, you will find thousands of paper where biochar is being applied in different compartments. You name the compartment, biochar is being used. So we developed initially this auger-fed reactor where you can generate the bio oil as well as you can also have the biochar development. Here the beauty is you can control the temperature between 400 and 500 degrees centigrade with the residence time of 0.5 to 5 kilogram. And we developed this initially with the capacity of 1 kilogram per hour. This is the reactor, how it looks like. Now recently we got some project and we worked with the Mississippi State University. And now we have updated this reactor to the capacity of 7 kilogram per hour, where you can generate 2 liter per hour of bio oil and 1.5 to 2 kilogram per hour of the biochar. So I think depending on the residence time, you can increase the yield of the biochar. Now, very recently, we just went to the field and find out the problems with the farmers. What are the problems? So keeping that in mind, we developed low-cost pyrolysis reactor where the farmers can build this reactor in the field. They can simply do the pyrolysis, and once the biochar is developed, they can dismantle this reactor if they are making in the agricultural field, or they can make at the community level and convert the biochar. And maybe that I was talking with the minister, honorable minister, about the implementation, how to implement this. And we discussed about the possibility that we can keep this under Manrega, where farmers can make the biochar. We can give some incentive so that at least they will be getting some carbon credit if they can use in the agriculture field. The second thing is, I also suggested if we can have some app, we can have that app like Ola and Uber, and we can have that with the farmers. Farmers can just insert the location, and the company people will come and collect the biomass, and then they can process, convert into biochar, and give that biochar back to the farmers. So we discussed that with the minister, and he was very much happy to have this technology so that farmers can adopt. Because of a lot of suicides, he was telling that the organic carbon is day by day reducing in the soil. So if we can increase the organic carbon from 0.2 to 0.8, he mentioned, I think he mentioned that you can increase the productivity of the agriculture crop. So what we have done is we use this biochar in different applications. I'm not going to discuss all applications here. Only I will be talking little bit about the application where we use this biochar for the water remediation, especially for emerging contaminants. We developed some cartridges. So companies who are involved in using the activated carbon, they can also buy this biochar from the companies which are involved in converting the biomass into biochar. So we developed this filtration unit by simply using this biochar cartridges. Then we also use this in the soil management, and finally with the food security. So what we did is we made some arrangement in our school and garden where we try to use biochar and biomass in the agriculture field. And we did two type of experimentation. In one experimentation, we measured the CO2 emission, and in other experimentation, we also measured the plant growth and how it is going to increase with or without biochar. Now, let me tell you here one important finding. Like if you have a biochar having 90% carbon, which usually we are not getting, and you use 10 kilogram of biochar in the agriculture field, at least you will be able to sequester about 33 kilogram of CO2. So this is what you will be doing when you are putting this 10 kilogram in the soil. And also this has the capability to immobilize metal, to convert the bioavailable fraction into non-bioavailable fraction. So you can able to decontaminate the soil also. So we developed this in our labs. And finally, this is the system which we designed, and then we measured the CO2 emission from the mixture where we have biochar and soil. And I think this is very automatic. You just have the pump, CO2 chamber, detector, and you will be getting directly the CO2 emission. This is what we have in our school. Now let me show you that when you are using the biomass and biochar, you see, you will be getting about 90% decrease in the CO2 emission. Excellent in terms of the carbon sequestration. Now, we determine different parameters, different characteristics of the soil before and after the biochar application. And you see here, in terms of the water holding capacity with controlled soil, you have about 11.2. But it increases to 30 when you use 3 weight percent of the biochar. Similarly, when you have the cation exchange capacity for the control 4.16 going up to 36. So huge amount of nutrients will be available to the crops. I'm not going into the detail, but we did a lot of studies. We have seen how the plant is growing in presence of biochar, in absence of biochar, in presence of biomass, in presence of biomass plus compost, biochar plus compost. So we have done extensive work in determining the capability of this biochar. So I'm not going into that detail, but let me show you the fruit also, which we are getting when you have the biochar application in the field. The fruit quality as per the US classification, you will be getting especially under fancy and US #1 category. But in other cases, mostly you will be getting US #2 and culls. So these are some of the results as far as the fruit quality is concerned. You can clearly see how you have the control and the increase in the plant growth with the biochar application. So overall, when you look into the different properties, when you apply the biochar on soil, it increases the nutrient availability, microbial activity, soil organic matter, water retention, crop yield. It decreases fertilizer needs, greenhouse gas emission, nutrient leaching, erosion. So these are the beneficial effect on the soil. But there are many benefits. People are using around across the world in different applications. Even now, I think biochar is being used as a feed where they are giving 5 to 10%, 1% of the feed to the animals. This is also being used to make the compost. When you add the biochar, you will be getting several benefits, including the shortened by 1/3 of the time. Then you will also be able to keep the ammonia. It reduces the ammonia loss when you make the compost in presence of biochar. So I'm also it reduces the odor. I'm not going to the detail. So as far as feed is concerned, positive effects on different parameters have been reported where biochar was added to the feed, including toxin absorption, digestion, blood values, feed efficiency, meat quality, greenhouse gas emissions. So this is one of the application. I'm not working in that. I'm just showing you the overall picture about the biochar application. Now, as far as the biochar market is concerned, it is growing at a CAGR of 16% from 2016 to 2026. So in terms of the volume, the global biochar market is estimated to reach about 32,000 tons by 2024. Now, as far as the biochar market in Asia is concerned, I think China is doing wonderful, followed by Japan. We are far behind the China and Japan. So I think we need to work how to convert more biomass into biochar, and how we can use and give incentive to the farmers. So overall, if I just want to summarize, these are some of the important points: that diverting nearly 1% of the annual net plant uptake of CO2 into biochar would mitigate nearly 10% of the current anthropogenic CO2 emission. Now, again, interesting, if you are using this together with the fertilizer, biochar can take those nutrient or fertilizers and will release slowly in the agriculture field. So that will reduce the amount of the fertilizer in the agriculture. These studies demonstrated the sustainable use of biochar simultaneously to enhance soil fertility, carbon sequestration, delivery of the nano-size fertilizer. Now government allowed some of the nano-size fertilizer in the agriculture, nutrients to the soil, mitigate greenhouse gas emission, environmental management, including remediation of organic and inorganic contaminants. So major beneficiaries when we will be starting this, I think will be the Punjab, Haryana and UP, who can potentially get the additional income. This is boosting circular economy and closing the loop in the agriculture. And this technology also promotes the Honorable PM vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. And I will be happy to collaborate with different companies. I will be happy to transfer the technologies, work together. So I think if somebody is interested, can directly talk to me or write to me. So I think future in our hand. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Professor Mohan, for that wonderful talk. We can have one quick question. If anyone has, you can put it on the chat box and Professor Mohan will respond to it. One quick question. Okay, if none. Yeah, so let me thank Professor Mohan once again for his nice talk. Thank you, Professor Mohan. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
The next speaker that we have for today's session is Professor Tripathi. He's definitely an authority in the area of air pollution in the country. He's a higher administrative grade professor and head of Department of Civil Engineering at IIT Kanpur. He holds Arjun Dev Juneja Chair in Civil Engineering. He is also a recipient of Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award, one of the highest in the country in the area of science and technology. He's a JC Bose National. He has the JC Bose National Fellowship. He's an elected fellow of Indian National Science Academy, Indian National Academy of Engineering, and National Academy of Sciences of India. Recipient of Distinguished Alumnus Award of BHU. He has worked in as a senior fellow at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. He has worked on Taj Mahal, disclination of the site. he has worked on the synergy of coupling between urban land use, land cover, and cloud condensation nuclei, and has contributed significantly in future urban planning to avoid flash floods. It's a pleasure to have you, Professor Tripathi, here. Looking forward to your talk on impact of biomass burning on air quality and climate. Over to you, Professor Tripathi.
Thank you, Professor Pant, and thank you, Vikram. Nice to see you. I hope I'm audible and my slides are visible.
Yes, Professor Tripathi.
Okay, so in next 15 or 18 minutes or so, I'm going to talk about some of the work we have done, mainly focusing on the impact of biomass on the air quality and climate of Gangetic Basin. And when I say biomass, I use it in the broadest term where it would include the biomass or the solid fuel, which is generally used for the cooking, etc., in Indian homes. So this work has been, of course, generously supported by several government agencies and has contributions coming from many of my past students, postdoctoral fellows, project staff, and as well as several collaborators whom I cannot certainly name individually. So just to give you an idea for this audience, that we are mostly focusing on the biomass and its connection with air quality and climate through the particulate matter, which we call as aerosol scientists, that particulate matter actually is a part of aerosols. And what you see, this is a complex view graph, but very briefly, I just want to walk you through that there are a variety of sources going from on the left, on the x-axis, which are anthropogenic in nature, through rural sources, and then biogenic. And then on y-axis, what you see that once a whole mixture of gases and particulate matter which are emitted from these sources can undergo a whole range of transformation, what you see that as you progressively move towards on the y-axis, you see that from the precursors, they form secondary organic aerosol, which can, of course, again transform into a variety of other kind of particulate matter. And finally, as you see on the top, they can influence climate by modifying cloud properties, or they can directly interact with radiation. And in both ways, they can significantly perturb Earth's climate system. And that has been shown by umpteen number of publications. And a part of that, what I said, the crystalline in nature, what we call as PM 2.5, is highly injurious to health and, of course, also impede visibility. And therefore, we are concerned about that from both perspectives. So here is a very interesting study that was done by the group of Jost Lelywild a couple of years back. And what you see, there are two view graphs here, one on the left, another on the right. On the left, it shows that what's the overall mortality in different parts of the world because of the outdoor air pollution and mainly particulate matter 2.5. And you see that on the scale, that dark color shows very high mortality. And you see Indo-Gangetic plain is, and part of China is certainly stand out. And then there are some other patches in India that also shows yellow, and that means they also have very, very high mortality. And currently, as we know that there are about 1.6 to 1.7 million deaths which are linked to air pollution in the country. On the right, what you see is that how can we link these deaths to different sources for different regions of the world. And what you see that entire South Asia and part of China actually is blue, and that is known as RCO, that is residential cooking. So that means a lot of death is happening because of the indoor pollution that is emitted because of the fire and solid fuel used by people in India and other part of South Asia, and which of course then goes out and dominates the air pollution scenario in India. And that has, of course, has been further substantiated or corroborated by another very interesting study from IIT Delhi from Sagnik Days, group that shows that, well, how is the PM 2.5 is linked with the indoor sources. So this is a more focused over India. And what you see compared to 2015, that there's a large fraction of PM 2.5, but you see the red and those brown or orangish color in Indo-Gangetic Plain, and goes all the way to the northeast part of India, is basically linked with the indoor source of pollution. So that, and then they finally again came out with a variety of scenarios showing that how this indoor linked PM 2.5 is impacting human health and then leading to either morbidity or mortality or loss of human life. This is a work we did last year, where we looked at the basically how crop residue burning is impacting the air quality of NCR Delhi. And what was done here is that this was a hybrid work where data was used, collected from satellite, and WRF-Chem model certainly was also used to look into 3 scenarios. And as you see, these 3 scenarios are the scenario A, that is the baseline, that is what exactly what was happening in 2016. And then there was another scenario B that shows that used to simulate when Punjab government has not implemented a new groundwater depletion related policy, where they basically asked farmers to delay the sowing owing to the depletion of groundwater and delay in the onset of monsoon rainfall in Punjab. So that's a scenario B. And then there was a scenario C also was simulated, where it was considered in the model that in case if the sowing of Kharif crop is further delayed by 10 to 15 days. So what you see that there are these 3 curves, and that shows what is the contribution in absolute term and in fractional term of crop residue burning for these 3 scenarios to the overall particulate matter 2.5 abundance in the atmosphere. And that is shown here that actually when you are delaying it, you are seeing that the effect of that brown curve, that is the scenario C, is certainly quite significant, and that cannot be ignored, which is further quite well manifested if you look at this right side graph, which shows actually the difference between the scenario B and the baseline, that is A, and scenario C and the baseline, that is B. And what you see very clearly that if the sowing were to further delay by 10 to 15 days, certainly Delhi NCR would have a lot more impact due to crop residue burning on the PM 2.5 situation, and that can go up to about 40% more PM 2.5 you can see in the months of October, November, and maybe partly even December. This was the work which Vikram talked about. That the work was done by looking at the causes behind the murkiness of Taj Mahal marble surfaces. And there was a whole new method was developed here, but all we want to say here is, for the want of time, that we could clearly identify that there were 3 major type of particulate matter that were causing discoloration of Taj Mahal marble surfaces. And 50% of the discoloration was due to dust, and 50% was because of the carbonaceous particulate matter. And of that, organic aerosols or particulate matter were also a great cause. And that was the major finding. Before that, just so you know, that the hypothesis was that the discoloration happens because of the gases, different kind of gases getting deposited and then converting into the sulfate or that kind of aqueous phase chemistry. So that was a very different shift, paradigm shift, if you may, all that happened in understanding of Taj Mahal discoloration. And we followed that work by looking at some very simple modeling experiments to try to understand that can we understand the sources which are actually contributing to this discoloration. So we said that there was an equal split between dust and particulate matter, but then we could further link into that the deposition actually is linked to two major sources, and one is related to open municipal solid waste burning, which of course contributed to the larger extent, and those numbers are given here on the left, and on the right to a minor extent also the dung cake burning was also contributing to these deposition of particulate matter on Taj Mahal surfaces. And this work was taken into account while implementing some new policy measures to save further discoloration of Taj Mahal in Agra. So it was basically taken into cognizance by the Standing Committee of Parliament. Now I'm going to talk briefly about the influence of particulate matter on climate. So this is one interesting work which we did. What is shown here is that how a part of particulate matter, which we call water soluble organic carbon, which is on the y-axis on the left, and what you see x-axis is a time series, and the opposite y-axis tells you what is the absorption coefficient of these particular particulate matter. And absorption coefficient is very important because that tells you how absorbing particulate matter is, and that is used in calculating the radiative forcing of these particulate matter. And radiative forcing is the forcing which these external agent they cause on the top of atmosphere to either warm or cool the global Earth atmospheric system. So just so that you know that carbon dioxide, for example, is a large external agent because of additional emissions of carbon dioxide in last 100 years or so, and they of course cause a net cooling, net warming. And that is why we are also interested to know about that. So that way, this was a very interesting finding, and we could understand that how absorbing these organic aerosols are. And we could follow up this work further by looking into the forcing of these specific aerosols, which we call as brown carbon. So brown carbon is a part of organic particulate matter, which is highly sticky in nature. Earlier understanding was that they are mostly scattering, and we know that if something is scattering, it would naturally cool the planet. But if it is warm, if it is absorbing, then it will warm. So what you see on the left and right, we have three colors shown in the bars, and they show forcing FA is the forcing on the top of atmosphere, forcing in the atmosphere. S is forcing on the surface, and then green is the forcing which is top of atmosphere. And that is what we generally are concerned about. So on the left, you have it for the composite particulate matter, and on the right, it is only for brown carbon. And what you see that if you look in those small red circles, those are the days when we observed large amount of biomass burning events which impacted the sampling site from where the data was used to do these calculations. And interestingly, you could see that there is a marginal cooling. If you look at the green bar, which is the difference between the two red and blue bars, shows a small cooling on the top of atmosphere. So overall, we all know that overall aerosols cool the planet. But during warming days, actually this cooling is reduced. And that is what was one important finding, that brown carbon is absorbing in nature, and particularly that brown carbon, which comes from the biomass burning in India, is highly absorbing, and that contributes to overall warming. So it could accentuate the warming which is already happening because of carbon dioxide. This is a very much under review work where we had this experiment which happened in 2019 in Delhi at 2 sites. So there are 2 sites you see. One is IIT Delhi, your own institute, another is IITM, which is in Rajendra Nagar. And what we have looked here is the difference between agriculture, that is AGB, agriculture biomass burning, and black is the rest. That is, for 3 months of deployment, we tried to differentiate between these important parameters between 2 different periods. One was impacted by agriculture biomass burning, that is AGB, and black is the rest. And what you see that for each of these important parameters, organics, black carbon, biomass burning organic aerosol, and then further substantiated by volatile organic compounds like acetonitrile, which comes from biomass burning, they all show an huge increase when the biomass burning has happened. So this is a very first time, a very, very precise information we have been able to collect from a set of complementary instrumentation across 2 distinct sites at Delhi, that how they are impacted because of the biomass burning which is happening upwind of Delhi. And this is again looking at the same thing in a slightly different way. That was all based on online instrumentation. The results here in this slide are based on filter-based measurements. And this is a little complex slide, but I would only say that important message is that if you look in the 3rd group, there are 3 groups of bars here in both 2 view graphs. And in the 3rd group, where numbers are very high, the numbers are given on the top of view graphs. When numbers are very high, we could clearly see that each of these bars, which are comprised of different kind of particulate matter, is impacted by combustion, different kind of combustion. It could be solid fuel, it could be biomass, etc., etc. And this is my final slide, that we could expose this filter to a more advanced analysis. And what you see here, which we call PAH. So x-axis, you have levoglucosan divided by potassium. That's the important parameter. On the y-axis, you have levoglucosan divided by manosan. And if you put all the data, you clearly see that different sites group themselves for different kind of biomass. So this is a very, very important, interesting information that you can really understand that what is or what kind of biomass is contributing to the particulate matter which we are sampling at these 2 sites. For example, you could see hardwood, you could see crop residue, and you see none of the data is actually coming US needle or softwood, which generally you would see in the scenario like US or European countries. So it's a quite a reliable data, and we are quite excited about that. Finally, we could also link these kind of sources with the reactive oxygenated species, which is an important parameter to understand how particulate matter impact humans' lung, and we could finally attribute it to a variety of sources. So I don't have a time to talk about that. And this is my final slides. And of course, I have much knowledgeable people to talk about that. But what I understand, that there are some things which are clearly known, but definitely what we believe that if we have to deal with the, let's say, municipal solid waste, incineration is not working. Landfill also, I think, has some issues. So we should think about pyrolysis. Several of new measures we know has started paying off. Of course, they need scaling. And then National Biomass Mission has come very timely, and we hope to see that that would contribute to ongoing efforts to dealing the problem of solid waste and biomass and air pollution. And of course, circular economy can also help us to break this nexus. So I'll stop here, and I'll be very happy to take 1 or 2 questions if the convener permits it. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Professor Tripathi, for that wonderful talk. So any quick question for Professor Tripathi? Anyone? You can write it in the chat box and I'll read it for him. One quick question. Anyone?
So just for my understanding, Professor Tripathi, very excellent talk. So what do you suggest that biomass burning is one thing, but the second time when you talk about the biomass conversion to biochar and other right options, and these are done in the closed circuit, right? So I think that should not have any problem, right?
Biochar as such, I think, is quite much talked about, but I just would raise one thing, and I know that you and many other are more knowledgeable about that, that there are some concern that the biochar could also contribute to the global warming, not directly, but in some way. This is one thing I think some people have shown. There are probably some published study. My only issue with that when we are dealing with that, it should not happen that with all the efforts, it further adds to the global warming in any way. That's the only concern. Otherwise, I think I'm totally fine with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tripathi. Thank you, Professor Pant, for the question. I would now again thank Professor Tripathi for that wonderful talk.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure to listen to you. Thank you, as always.
Thank you.
All right. So now the next speaker, I'll introduce the next speaker in our session today. So we have Professor Sunil Khare from IIT Delhi Department of Chemistry. So he is a HED professor and institute chair here, an alumnus of IIT Delhi itself. He currently serves as the Dean Research and Development at IIT Delhi. And from my experience, I can tell it's a pleasure to work with him. Professor Khare has more than 175 publications. He has 30 years of experience, academic and industrial experience. He has been a visiting professor at University of Blaise Pascal, France, visiting fellow at Northern Regional Research Lab, USDA. He has been honored with a number of awards like United Nations MWay Award in 1998, Malviya Memorial Award, Senior Faculty, BRSI in 2018. So over to you, Professor Khare. Thank you for being here.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me, and I thank Professor Pant and his team for considering to give me this opportunity. And actually, it's a very timely intervention, and I since yesterday I am listening to some of the talks in this solid waste management national workshop. This is very timely, and I think this initiative I applaud personally. When Professor Pant asked me that I should deliver some kind of talk in this, actually I was quite in dilemma because I directly don't kind of work in this area. Some part of it I touch upon, and hopefully that will be useful for the audience in a different way. I can share the screen now. All right, so actually what I'm going to cover is the valorization of agri-biomass. Actually, this national conference is on solid workshop is on solid waste management, which is very enormous actually. If you go to Karnal or you go to Gazipur side, the kind of mountain you see tells itself how enormous is this problem. And agri-biomass is only fraction of it. So that's why I said that I was quite apprehensive that does it really capture the theme in a big way, but not. But definitely agri-biomass is one of the area which also should be addressed in due course of time. So what I'm going to tell you about that agriculture and forestry waste actually account about 30% of the total waste which is generated. And in Indian context, if this statistics is okay, which is not recent one, it is about 120 to 150 million metric ton. So now issue is that what we are doing with such agri biomass so far. So you will see that normally it is recycled, it is composted, this is used for anaerobic digestion, or it goes for landfills. This is the conventional use and there is no problem with it. But of the late, when you talk about waste to wealth, people have started looking in different perspective. So I will say that to reiterate, this problem was more highlighted when you saw, and this is recent slide, that when MNRE pointed out that about 500 million ton per year agro waste we are generating. And when we in Delhi and other part of the country started seeing the burning of the crops, then it became a kind of point that can we intervene and use this agri waste in more meaningful ways. When I say more meaningful ways, what I am going to touch upon is solid state fermentation. Before telling what is solid state fermentation, let me tell you that when you have agriculture residue or agriculture biomass or agricultural byproduct, they have sufficient carbon and nitrogen ratio. So what people do, first instance, it goes as a feed to the animals in the farm. Then it is used as for composting and as a fertilizer. So the question comes then, what is the problem? So I will come upon that feed is not, it cannot be used completely as a feed because of imbalance in the nutritional composition of agri biomass. Second point is fertilizer. Again, the NPK ratio is not as much as it should be in the right proportion. So though we use as a feed and fertilizer, but still when the government and other agencies started looking waste to wealth, they thought, can there be a better way to use it? So solid state fermentation is a strategy. A little bit to touch upon solid state fermentation is, in a typical fermentation, microorganisms are grown in a synthetic media, which provides them all the food and nourishment in form of carbon, nitrogen, vitamins, minerals, and they grow. When they grow in a controlled manner, they can produce, some of them can produce some commodity which is useful for humankind. So that's how microbial fermentation has been used since centuries. Solid state fermentation was the point wherein it was thought that instead of giving the synthetic carbon nitrogen media, which is expensive and that add to the cost, can this agri residue or biomass directly be used and can microbe grow on it? So this is, and herein you have to give very little moisture, maybe 10%, 20%. And the biomass itself becomes the food for microbes. They grow. You are not using the synthetic media or expensive media. While they are growing, you can similarly harvest lots of important commodities. So this typical protocol shows that biomass is actually here, and then you give little bit of moisture, sterilize it. That is important. Inoculate means you have to find out which microorganism can actually use this meaningfully. Then you incubate, give certain optimized conditions. Those microbes will grow on it, and then they can produce enzyme, they can produce antibiotics, they can produce biopolymers, and lately value-added chemicals, which everybody talks about. Now this spent residue after the fermentation can be used as a feed or fertilizer. So it's a kind of biorefinery concept people feel, wherein this waste is used for producing value-added products. And I can share with you that nearly 1/3 of industrial enzymes which are produced in Japan are coming out of SSF or solid state fermentation process. So in this talk, I'm going to give you 3 or 4 examples. So what we have done using this strategy, we thought, can we think of using some, biomass or agri residue. So we picked up de-oiled cottonseed cake. And why cottonseed cake? Later on in this talk, I will cover that we mostly dealt with the toxic cakes because that toxic cake cannot be used for the feed. And that toxic cake, if used as a fertilizer, some animal will graze on it and then there are problems. So we dealt with cottonseed cake and some other similar agro waste. Now we tried to use that as a substrate for some fungi, selective fungi, and saw that can it be detoxified and can we produce some lignocellulitic enzymes which are actually used in biomass utilization. We thought second compound which we tried to produce by similar approach is called gamma aminobutyric acid. It's a neurotransmitter and it's a very high value compound. Then I will touch upon lactic acid, which is a very important platform chemicals because it's a base substrate for many industrial commodities. So we will try to see, can we use rice straw or other lignocellulosic waste in the similar approach. So this is what I'm going to cover. So first to the cottonseed cake, the inspiration to try out or the motivation to try out cottonseed cake is the fact that India is the leading country. We are topmost in the production of cotton crop. Maybe more than 32 or 33 million hectare of land is used for cotton production. And when you use the cotton, we take out the lint for fiber and clothing. Residual linting, after that, there is a cracking process. So oil is also taken out. So you have cottonseed oil in the market. Now, all after this you have is de-oiled cottonseed cake, which is normally double the amount you used for production of lint and oil. So for each kg, you are generating 1.65 kg of de-oiled cottonseed cake. This cake has very limited use because a gossypol, it's a phenolaldehyde present in cotton plants and seeds, which is very toxic for humans and other animals. It causes, respiratory ailments and dysfunction in many of the metabolic activity and reproductive system. So this is a problem challenge, how to use the de-oiled seed cake. So what we tried is, in some of our initial work, what we thought of, can some fungus grow on it? And if yes, by secretome analysis, we prospected which fungal can grow and use this as a food actually. And while growing, can it produce some enzymes which are used for biorefinery? And then is that fungus also using cottonseed cake as a carbon source, and especially the gossypol, and can it degrade the gossypol? So what you are seeing in this slide is that we have taken, this is a cottonseed cake without any fermentation. And then we tried three different, after secretome analysis, these are three different fungi, Aspergillus niger, Trichoderma rhizae, and Phanerochrysosporium. These are known lignocellulitic fungi. And in these figure, you can see that Aspergillus niger quite well growing here, Trichoderma growing so well, and then also the phanerochete. Now consortium, we mixed the three and we saw that they together can grow. And here you see they are growing on it and using it. So that was a good, thing to see. And we thought, can we go further? And in this, you see, this is the gossypol initially, which is a toxic compound that poses the problem in effective utilization of cottonseed cake. In due course of the solid state fermentation, you will see that we lose gossypol. This is hydrolyzed and there is no gossypol. So also the figure here shows that as you move with the function of time in solid state fermentation, about 90% of the gossypol is gone, and in consortium works much better than the individual fungi. So the advantage is, while they are growing and making it a non-toxic cake, what we harvested was, so those who use enzymes for saccharification of biomass in production of biofuel or any other biocommodity, they know that you need to use cellulases, you need to use xylanases, and you need to use glucosidase. These enzymes actually are required for saccharification of biomass whenever you want to use them for biofuel or any other purpose. So what you will see here is that Aspergillus niger quite nicely produced all the enzymes. So did the T. reesi and other fungus. But Consortia actually produced very high titer of xylanase and these 3 cellulitic enzymes. So that means we can harvest. And if you are able to visualize correctly the SSF picture, this is solid. And in the limited water which we have given, these enzymes are water soluble. So you can spent cake or fermented cake can be easily removed, which is non-toxic, free of gossypol, and the water part will contain these enzymes, which can eventually be used for saccharification of other biomass or can be dried and processed into enzyme, which is sold in the market at high cost. I can share with you that enzymes are normally 10 units of enzyme in this case cost about $30 to $40. If you want pure enzyme, if you want a crude enzyme, maybe little less cost. So we could show that toxic de-oiled cottonseed cake forms a good substrate for production of expensive enzymes. And simultaneously, the detoxification took place, and this utilized spent cake can then be a safe feed material. Second commodity we tried was gamma-aminobutyric acid. And herein we used a bacteria called Lactobacillus abratus. This is a safe. Lactobacillus you will also find in our probiotics and probiotic curd. So this is a very good bacteria, basically, a friendly bacteria. And then the issue was, can it grow on this de-oiled cottonseed cake? And this bacteria is known to produce aminobutyric acid. Then the question was, does it produce sufficient amount of GABA? So we tried in the laboratory. And what you can see here is that in this panel, you will see this is the cottonseed cake as such. And then when you incubate Lactobacillus brevis, you will see the bacteria growing on the surface of a fiber. And then you can see after some time, quite a good growth of Lactobacillus over this. And we saw that it is producing actually aminobutyric acid. So aminobutyric acid is basically a platform chemical, and this is sold as a medicine for hypotensive, diuretic, and tranquilizing, purposes. And you can see this GABA on the shelf in many of the health stores and medical stores. And this is recommended for people with the stress, but this is expensive. So if it can come out by the lactic acid bacteria, this is a good proposition. And here, the same thing, but what I would like to show you that first when we found the growth, we saw that actually it is producing GABA. Okay, this is the standard. And you can see here that we are actually producing sufficient amount of GABA with due course of time. So it was actually a good experiment in the lab, and we could show that the cottonseed cake can be used for production of this commercial GABA. Of course, you need to process it, downstream processing will be required, but the concept worked. So similar approach we tried for lignocellulosic agro waste, other agro waste. And now the second commodity we tried was lactic acid. Now let me tell you that why lactic acid. Lactic acid is actually, in last year it was reported that the market for lactic acid globally is about $3.82 billion. And you see the increase in the market size. This is because lactic acid is used in food, it is used in personal care, material. It is used as a polymer, actually base of the polymer. So polylactic acid, I think most of us are familiar with this, which is a big market, huge market. And then this is also preservative, solvent, etc. Even the lactic acid, when I say it's a platform chemical, you would see that it is a base chemical for producing propanediol and many other pyruvic acid. And all these are actually industrial chemicals. lactic acid the base platform compound. That's why lot of demand for production of lactic acid. Now the question is how to produce lactic acid by lignocellulosic biomass. So little bit the basic background here I can tell you, whenever we talk about the agricultural biomass, they have three things in them, and I think Professor Pant and his group and most of the people know about it. Cellulose is there, but that is linked to lignin. This forms a lignin cellulose complex, which is very difficult to delineate. To separate lignin from cellulose is actually a challenge. And then there is a pentose sugar polymer called hemicellulose or xylan. So these are interwoven and it's a very complex structure. You have to break this structure for any use of this biomass. So people actually treat it with steam. Steam explosion is one method. Acid or alkali is very common method for the people wherein cost is, they don't want to spend much cost. But this is not a good process. And then currently people think of using ionic liquids which are called green solvents so that environmental burden is not increased any further. Now, whatever way you do it, actually you need to delineate all these components. Here you see the hydrolyzed biomass. Now this lignocellulose can be accessed by the enzymes. And I was telling you the enzyme which we produced by cottonseed cake or any other material, these enzymes are cellulase, xylanases, lignases. These enzymes are required, they act on it. And I think again, it's a very basic thing, and you may be aware that these are polymers of the primary hexoses. So glucose is the, here in cellulose, glucose is the base sugar, which is linked to each other by beta 1,4. Here it is xylan linked by beta 1,5. So all those are there, but enzyme need to break it. So if enzyme breaks the cellulose, which is now available, it will form glucose. Xylanase will form xylose, and lignin will form other sugars. So you need all these enzymes here. Now they can act. So first step is pre-treatment. Second step is saccharification, wherein enzymes are used to lead to the monosaccharides, which can be utilized by fermentation in the next step. If you don't do this directly, it is less likely, yield will be poor. They're less likely to be utilized. So actually you will see here that after this, the second is saccharification step, and enzymes actually release the monosugars, and then you use bacteria or some other microorganism. They can produce fuel for you. They can produce some chemicals for you. That is called fermentation process. So this is the standard process of using the biomass by biological route. So you need these three steps. And then someone can ask me that how lactic acid is globally produced if this is so important. I can tell you that normally there's a chemical synthesis, very simple. Acetaldehyde is used, and then two steps are there. So after the hydrogen cyanide route, this is a lactonitrile, and then you use acid to make lactic acid. But this lactic acid is a mixture of D and L. And for any application of lactic acid, basically you need pure lactic acid. And so microbial fermentation, where you use the biomass and fermentable carbohydrates and ferment it, and you can produce optically pure lactic acid. I am getting late, so maybe just 2 minutes, 2-3 minutes, I will sum up. So what we showed here is that we used the same lactobacillus on agro waste and produced the lactic acid in one pot. That's what I want to show. So I think I can skip there. Maybe this slide again, I can tell you that when xylose, the pentose and hexose are together actually, then they call repression of the fermentation. So there are very few microorganisms which can use these two together. But biomass has both, so there is a repression issue. That has to be resolved. And then second is whenever you use the ionic liquids for green process of pre-treatment, that this inhibits the microorganisms and enzymes. So you need to use the enzymes and microbes which are stable under these conditions. Whenever you also hydrolyze or pre-treat, you need certain inhibitors are generated, which also inhibit the growth of microorganisms. So last question remains food versus feed. Should we use it this way? So we address the lactobacillus can utilize both the sugars together. So catabolytic repression is not there. lactobacillus is also not inhibited by inhibitory compounds, sulfuryls and hydroxymethyl sulfuryls, which are generated during pre-treatment. So it can be a good organism, tolerates the inhibition. And then this is also stable in presence of ionic liquids. So exploiting these three properties, you can see that it is growing in presence of ionic liquids. So this has a very novel property. Then, so what we did, this is the last slide probably, you will see here that lignocellulosic waste, we can take single pot actually. This is a great advantage. Here we are using the biomass. We are using enzyme in immobilized forms, magnetic immobilized form. We can recover enzyme. So enzyme is also there for saccharification. Pre-treatment is also there through ionic liquids. And microorganism is also stable in all this. So we put everything of the three steps in one pot, and then we can produce lactic acid. So from 3 steps to 1 step in one pot is very significant achievement. And we put, so with the lack of time, I will not go here. We are showing that how it is fermenting and how it is producing the lactic acid. And so that I can sum it up that we can produce these things by waste in single pot, which will actually be useful. And I will not go to, I will skip this slide. Similarly, we use rice straw and show in one pot the production of lactic acid by rice straw. We also scaled up this process in 3 liter fermenter, and we could show that this is about 36 gram per liter lactic acid is produced in 3 liter fermenter. That means process is workable, and we can use these biomass for production of important chemicals in one pot. Okay, and then we could purify this also. So I will not cover this, but what I would like to tell you that lactic acid which came out was 93% pure and L-lactic acid. And similar approach we tried with soybean cake, which is toxic because of trypsin inhibitor, jatropha, which is toxic because of orboester, castor bean toxic because of ricin, and rapeseed cake, which is toxic because of glucosinolates. These are all agrobiomass, and we produced number of enzymes through this, and simultaneously we degraded the toxins. So the feed becomes useful for the spent cake, become useful for the feed. So we showed this concept worked well. I will sum up by saying that this way solid state fermentation can be a good strategy for valorization of agribiomass to produce enzymes and platform chemicals. And this toxic cake can be simultaneously detoxified to be used in the feed. And I can tell you that only solid state fermenter is available at the industrial scale at KRI and maybe in some industry, Biocon, etc. So this is what it is, what we did, but this can be one of the way to handle the biomass in future. That's what I would say. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Professor Khare, for that presentation. In the interest of time, I'll skip over the question and answer session now. But if Professor Khare permits, you guys can email him and he can respond to you.
Sure. So
thank you. Thanks a lot, Professor Khare, for that.
I can unshare the screen, right?
Yeah, please. I'll now introduce the next speaker for our session today. So our next speaker is Professor Ashwani Parikh. He's currently Executive Director of National Agri-Food Biotechnology Institute and CEO for Center for Innovative and Applied Bioprocessing, Punjab Department of DBT, Government of India. He's a prominent plant biologist and educator, noted chiefly for his contribution in plant molecular biology and biotechnology. He's also currently a professor in the School of Life Sciences at JNU Delhi and adjunct professor at the University of Western Australia, Perth. He's a recipient of a number of awards, including the Visitors Award for Technology Development from the President of India for developing stress-tolerant rice of the next generation, which has the potential to enhance the income of rice farmers. He has also been recently awarded the Tata Innovation Award 2020 by DBT, Government of India. He has authored a number of publications. Today, Professor Ashwani will be talking about torrefication, a sustainable technology for converting agri-residues to biocoal. Over to you, Professor Ashwani.
Good morning, everyone. Please confirm if I'm audible and my slides are also visible to you.
Yes, we can see the slides and you are very
So Thank you, Professor Vikram Singh, and thanks, Dr. K.K. Pant from IIT Delhi. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I'm basically a plant molecular biologist working at Jawaharlal Nehru University, but recently I have been assigned the job of looking after two of the Institute of Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. One of them is National Agri-Food Biotechnology Institute, which deals with agricultural biotechnology and nutritional biotechnology to increase their stress tolerance, to increase their yield, to make them more nutritious. That's the mandate of this institution. At the Center of Innovative and Applied Bioprocessing, the mandate is exactly matching the theme of this conference, where the idea is to convert the waste material into something very, very useful. So what I'm going to do today is to talk to you about the work which I have learned in the last 6 months since I have joined at these two places, the wonderful work which is being done at two institutions. And I'm not an expert in this area, but I have tried to learn a lot of things in due course of time, which I'm going to share with you through this platform. There are a number of technologies which are being adopted, commercialized, and being used at industrial scale at both the institutions. But today I thought of talking about one of the technology which has been mentioned in the title itself, torrefaction, which I think is sustainable technology for converting agri residues to the biofuel, because we have been listening to several talks since morning that this rice straw is really a headache and causing a lot of problems to us. There are other technologies also which are
your slides. Your slides, it seems, are not moving. Are you still on the first slide?
Yes, I'm still on the first slide.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So I put it in prediction mode now. So the idea is that I will be just giving you a brief idea about torrefaction. I picked up this technology because this technology has moved from our laboratory to land, and we have already shown a proof of concept, and we are moving towards the real enhancement in production of these biofuel from this technology. So I'll give you a brief about this technology, and then at the end of the talk, I will just tell you what other technologies are available, which are dealing with solid waste management at the two institutions. Just to brush up our knowledge, since I can see a lot of students are also associated with that, I think we are facing the energy problem these days. And this is because we have the depleting fossil fuels. This is something which everybody knows about it. In terms of heat generation, transportation, we require a lot of heat and energy, which are actually being used for that purpose. And the problems associated with that, I think it has been spoken largely about production of greenhouse gases, mainly CO2 and all that. So I will skip the details of it, but I just thought I can refresh this knowledge club. The word fossil fuel consumption as on today, there is a lot of changing trends we can see. A lot of countries such as US, Japan, and Italy are improving in terms of usage of their fossil fuel. But in India, we are still in the rising phase where we can see that we are still using these conventional fossil fuel for generating energy. When it comes to energy, for the benefit of students, I would like to just briefly remind them that there are 5 major forms of energy. Number 1 is heat energy, chemical energy, electromagnetic energy, nuclear energy, and mechanical energy. And out of this, I'm going to talk about the heat energy and chemical energy, which I think is the topic of today's discussion. Also, these energies can also be defined in terms of the renewable energy and non-renewable energy. Already students and members of this meeting know about it. The biomass, which is generated by various means, is a rich source of energy, and it comes from living organisms such as plants and animals. This is what we're going to talk about. And the most common biomass material used for energy are plants, wood, and waste, which is being discussed since morning. It is generally referred to as the biomass feedstock when it has the lignocellulose, because due to its composition we are talking about. And it is mostly used for energy production, electricity or heat, or in various industrial processes such as raw substances for a range of products. The agricultural residues which we are generating in terms of rice straw, wheat straw, sugarcane bagasse are actually a lot of varied residues which contain stalks, shell, husk, and leaves. And they're coming from coconut, maize, cotton, groundnut, pulses, rice, and sugarcane. And these two institutions are located in Mohali in Punjab, which is one of the major areas of production of these agri-bio residues. And sometimes, these are co-fired with coal in few countries to generate energy. And that is what is being used for that purpose. When it comes to the cell wall composition, as a biochemist, we know that this has lignin, this has hemicellulose, this as cellulose, and the previous speaker has beautifully highlighted that we need to separate these two things from lignin to be able to take care of it. And so, for example, if you look at the rice straw, which is causing the major problem in northern part of the country, the carbohydrate content are more than 58% on dry weight basis, including 40% of glucose and 18% of xylose, which means that this is actually having a lot of energy which need to be utilized and converted into the useful product. Of course, it has a lot of lignin, as I can say that it has almost 26% lignin, total of acid soluble and insoluble lignin, and at the last it has 14% ash content. So we need to develop technologies which can actually convert these beautiful, wonderful molecules, biomolecules, glucose and xylose into useful product. When it comes to classification of agribiomass substrate, we have primary, secondary, and tertiary agribiomass. Primary are the one which are consumed directly by the humans coming from the field condition. Secondary and the one when we harvest and then we generate secondary product which can process and give us energy. And the third one is that the residual waste which is generated can also be converted into the energy. That becomes the tertiary way where we can convert it into agrobiomass. The rice straw generation is, I think the problem has been discussed since morning, but I would like to draw your attention toward the fact that in the year 2017, in India, 1,140 million tons of rice straw was produced, it has been reported. And it is also estimated that around 1.5 tons of rice straw is generated per ton of rice. And the Punjab alone, where these institutes are located, it contributes to around 200 lakh ton paddy stubble per year from this concept. Now, this paddy straw is a problem for all of us, but it is an opportunity for us to make use of it in the form of the biocoal, and that is what I'm going to demonstrate here. The removal of paddy straw residue that remains in the field is a labor-intensive process. Farmers do not want to invest energy and money into removal of these paddy straw. Therefore, the local farmers, they tend to burn it and they want to clear the field, and that is actually causing the problem as shown on the right side in the picture. In each session, it is estimated that 35 million tons of rice straw are burnt alone in Punjab and Haryana region, which are two major rice producing states. And of course, when we burn these residues, it causes a lot of problems which are associated with organic carbon. And it is estimated that 5.5 kilogram nitrogen and phosphorus and potassium are potentially lost because of that. And of course, it causes a lot of greenhouse gases issues as well. And this problem is actually being seen by PMO office directly, and they are very keen to develop technologies. And this is where the role of NABI and CIAP comes in. When it comes to the status and opportunities, it is estimated that almost 81% of the rice straw is actually converted into these kind of harmful gases and ashes by open field burning. Other uses are in the form of animal fodder, and here again the rice straw cannot be used for animal fodder because it has a lot of silica attached to it. Silica is there. The alternative options are there because the farmers can actually mulch it with the soil itself, because it is a way where organic material can be retained in the soil, and it provides necessary nutrient as well as moisture. The raw materials can also be made into pellets for boiler feeds, and raw material can also be converted to biochar and torrefied pellet. This is the thing which I'm going to demonstrate in the next couple of slides. Now the question comes that why can't it be burned directly for the production of energy? Yes, it can be burned directly, but the major issue will be that the ash which is coming out of this burning, it has almost 15%, which is almost 15%, and it is a composition of silica. Almost 75% silica, SiO2 is generated, 3% is calcium oxide, and 1% is magnesium oxide, and so on and so forth. And while burning, it generates a lot of unwanted gases also, which are harmful chemicals. It causes a lot of pollution during combustion. And also it reduces the shelf life of the boilers, because these sodium and chloride metals, you can see in the picture, they actually causes a lot of scale formation to the tubes, and the life of the fermenter is actually, the burner is actually is reduced because of this harmful deposition which are taking place. Now, a water washing technique has been developed during the last few years, which can remove the soluble alkali and chloride metals from biomass for thermochemical conversion application. This is one of the possibilities which we can use it. As far as the history of biomass processing is concerned, we are already aware that we have talked about first generation biofuel. where we talk about plant oils, plant sugars, organic residues. In the second generation biofuel, we talk about non-food feedstock, which can be used for production of fuel. And in the third generation, we are talking about algae, etc., which can produce biodiesel, syngas, and ethanol. And in the fourth generation, we are talking about electrofuels and photobiological, which are coming up in a big way in recent times. So this about the thermochemical conversion of biomass. This is where the torrefaction comes, when we actually convert it into biochars at high temperature in absence of oxygen. Excuse me. And this is how the torrefaction is done. The biomass torrefaction, as far as rice and wheat straw is concerned, has been well standardized. A lot of demonstration plants are there. But what we have at Nabi NCR, where it is a thermal process where we are converting into biomass into coal-like material, which are shown on the left side, which is a better fuel characteristic than the original biomass. The overall, the structure is shown over here. This is where I will just put out a pointer. This is where you can actually put the biomass. Sorry. Let me just take out the pointer, the laser pointer. Yeah. This is where you put your biomass. It goes into the feeder, and then you have torrefaction reactors. Maybe 1 or 2 vapors are generated, and then you have this product which is much more compact. In absence of oxygen, you are actually able to convert it into compact biomass, which has a lot of good calculation as far as energy is concerned, which is shown on the left side. This project has been in association with a Spanish company, the Sweden company, sorry, BioEndev. And this is a 2-stage torrefaction. This is the picture what we have, the machinery at Nabi, the second generation model. It has the capacity to generate around 1,000 tons per year using rice straw biomass. It has a 2-step process where we put in your dry material over here. This is dried and heated as well. Existing drum 1, then it goes to drum 2, where the torrefaction takes place at very high temperature, around 300-degree temperature. And this is where you actually generate this compact biomass. But the problem over here is that we are generating a lot of gases, and which has a lot of potential in terms of energy. But we are not able to use this energy which is being generated by this gas. So in the second model, which we are now starting, we have looked for a place in Punjab. This is a real-time project which we have, the third generation model, which incorporates the novel strategy of waste water harvesting, which I'll just show you, waste heat harvesting, which is enabling us to reduce energy requirement for various heating processes. It can generate up to 20,000 tons per year of biocoal using all variety of agri biomass residues. The skeleton is shown over here. This is where you put in your biomass. The boiler is over here. The good thing is that the heat generated, which is generated over here, is actually being used for heating the biomass as well, to convert it into biocoal. And this is where you generate the biomass. So this is the advanced level of the machinery, which we have already procured it. It is being imported from Sweden, and we are now establishing it somewhere in Punjab. And the Prime Minister's office is actually looking at it directly, because this is the technology of the future, and this is going to solve the problem of the rice straw burning, at least to an extent in Punjab. Now coming to the benefit of torrefaction, raw biomass, which has high moisture content, the torrefied biomass, all of you know about it. It has very low moisture, and we have found out in our process, this biomass, which is shown on the right side, it is converted into biocoal, and less than 1% moisture has been reported, as we have estimated from this biocoal. Lower heating value is there in the raw biomass, and we are able to convert it into torrefied biomass, which has high heating value and high energy density. The raw biomass has higher oxygen to carbon ratio and hydrogen to carbon ratio, but the torrefied biomass has lower oxygen to carbon ratio and hydrogen to carbon ratios. The raw biomass is hygroscopic in nature. It can still absorb a lot of moisture, but the torrefied biomass is hydrophobic. A lot of moisture has been removed. It is a compact biomass which can directly be used for fuel generation. The raw biomass has poor grinding ability. Of course, this torrefied biomass has a better grinding ability because of the compactness. Non-uniform properties are associated with the raw biomass, and in the torrefied biomass, we have more uniform properties, which has had more market value as far as this is concerned. The torrefied wood has as you can see, some of these values over here. The coal has around moisture content, which is reported internationally is 2%, but in the process, what we have in the model which is established at Nabi and Sial, we're able to generate the biocoal which has less than 1% moisture. And the calorific values of biocoal is around equivalent to the commercially produced coal, around 4,000 kilocalories per kilogram, while the rice straw had 3,219 kilogram. The bioprocessing unit at Nabi has a three basic process. Number one, where you actually has the dry biomass, which is reduced into size. And the interesting thing is that we have developed a process of leaching of biomass. We use an interesting and novel technology, which we are patenting at Nabi for removal of problematic alkali, because they are the one which are actually causing the problem in the machine, and elements of biomass to alleviate silica and scaling problem. This is where we dry them, pelletize them, and in the second step, we actually do torrefaction in two-way manner or one-way manner. And then in the third phase, we have huge gas generation, and then it is converted into packaging and supply. This is the unit which we have established. And some of these pictures are very convincing, where you can see the density of the biocoal is very, very compact. They are of uniform size and very high commercial value over there. So we have a very good opportunities as far as biomass conversion is concerned, because it has a lot of environmental benefit, health benefit in terms of carbon dioxide reduction, increased soil fertility, the sanitary issues are there, and it also provides a lot of skilled power generation, labor generation. We are training people, and we plan to establish this unit at many places in Punjab, where it's going to generate a lot of job provisions as well. Energy security is associated, and of course, last but not the least, we have a lot of economic benefit, because there is no need for additional landfill waste management, which otherwise would have caused a lot of economic losses to the state in terms of generation of these landfills and all that. And decreased expenditures on electricity is there, diversification of economic activities, there's a lot of benefits are there. But it is also associated with challenges, because when it comes to collection of biomass, we need to have a continuous supply chain, because these agro residues are actually generated twice a year in the Rabi season and the Kharif season. We need to ensure that regular supply of this biomass. That means we need to have good storage capacity with us, which can actually continue to supply these biomasses. These are seasonally available. They have moderate use of biocoal, so 50-70% by fresh weight. Large scale use of feedstock storage is required. Initial moisture content of biomass is very high. We need to bring in technology which can actually reduce it to the level which you have just shown. Large level of silica are actually problematic in terms of the instrumentation which we have generated. And it's very complex to initiate the process, because the technology at the moment is being imported from Sweden, and we have to actually witness the success of this technology in real farmers from real field conditions. So the contribution of Nabi in energy generation, we are the first one in the country to demonstrate that biocoal production can actually be done from rice straw. This is, we have done it in our institute, and the government is very happy on that. Testing of biocoal for power generation is in the pipeline. We are doing that now. We are in the process of large scale plant setup, which I just mentioned. We have identified a place in Punjab, and the instrumentation is actually on the way from Sweden, which can convert 20,000 tons per year biocoal, consuming 30,000 tons rice straw. And of course, the energy value of this biocoal which we are producing are equivalent to the coal which we are generating, and which can generate around 4.5 kilowatt per hour. Beside this biocoal conversion, we have a lot of other technologies also, which I will not present over here. Just last slide I'm showing you here. We are converting a lot of these agricultural waste and industrial waste and municipal waste into some of the interesting compounds. We have several technologies which we have generated. We have patented this technology, and they are being used by a lot of companies nationally and internationally. For example, the agri-waste which we are producing we have technologies, and we have patented technology. We can convert them into oligosaccharide, useful of them, nanosilica, levulinic acid, nanocellulose, xylitol, and this industrial waste are actually converted into whey protein, rare functional sugars, whey bacterial cellulose, calcium citrate, nanolignin again. And this municipal waste also, which we are generating, are being converted. We have technology where we can convert them into essential oil, pectin, calcium citrate. But time doesn't give me permission to go into details of it. But some of these technologies have been demonstrated, and we have patented and licensed these technologies to a lot of companies in and around the country. So with this, I would like to stop over here and take questions. Thank you very much to the organizers for giving me this opportunity.
Ashwani Parikh, thanks for that wonderful talk. Any quick question for Professor Ashwani? You can write in the. So one question, Professor Ashwini, how biomass is carbon neutral?
Sorry, I didn't. The voice was choppy.
So the question is, how is biomass a carbon neutral entity?
How is biomass a carbon neutral entity?
I think it's the usage of biomass when you are converting to
Yeah.
oils or coal. One can consider it a biomass, a carbon neutral entity.
Exactly. I would agree with that. Yeah.
I hope that answers the question of the. Is NGT allowing installation of such plants?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
These installations are directly being looked after by a PMO office directly. We are in touch on regular basis, and they're very keen. And very soon we will have this wonderful plant coming up in Punjab, which is a much higher capacity than the previous one.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Professor Ashwini. And if you permit, I hope the participants can email you questions. If that
Yes, I'll be more than happy to talk to them.
Okay, great. Great. Thank you, Professor. All right, moving on, I'll now introduce the next speaker for this session. So our next speaker is Mr. Rajesh Dhate. Mr. Rajesh is an engineering graduate with an experience of over 25 years. He has worked extensively in engineering industries, including forging, machining, auto components, and later in the oil and gas sector. Mr. Rajesh is the head of strategic business unit, CEO, and promoter director of Primove Engineering Private Limited. He has graduated from in industrial engineering from VIT, University of Pune. He's a lead auditor, ISO 9001, 2015, trained lead auditor for ISO 9000, 2000, project management training at Rupin Institute, Israel, under Senadco scholarship in 93. Today, Mr. Rajesh will be talking about AgroGas, a 2G CBG technology. Over to you, Mr. Rajesh. Thank you for being here for this talk. Over to you. You are still muted, Mr. Rajesh.
Thank you, Dr. Vikram Singh and Professor Pant and Dr. Sonde for giving this opportunity to us. I will be presenting about the AgroGas technology and what we are doing in the domain of conversion of agro residue to.
I think, Mr. Rajesh, there is some audio issue. So can you just close to the mic or something, or remove the headphones? Then it would be good.
We can hear you, Mr. Rajesh. It's just the noise is on the lower side. So if the mic can be closer to your mouth.
Fine. Am I audible now?
You are audible. It's just that it's not. If the mic could be closer, will be nice.
Is this better?
No, Rajesh, you are not loud enough. Maybe you remove your thing and directly speak into the computer. Yes.
Okay.
That might help. Perfect.
It's better now.
Yeah.
You can carry on, Mr. Rajesh.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Good morning to all of you. So I would be talking about biomass to compressed biogas technology that we have developed and we are working on. Our background is we come from oil and gas field, and when we were working in oil and gas field, we started thinking about how could we look at the renewable options, and how can we make this beautiful fuels like CNG into renewable CNG. So that is what led us to doing this research, and we got our breakthrough, and we have developed this technology that we call as agrogas. As the name suggests, agro is stands for the agricultural residue or the biomasses, and gas stands for the CNG. So, as Professor Tripathi and some of the eminent speakers have already explained, there is it's beyond doubt that the burning of biomasses and wastage of biomasses is causing green gas pollution, the warming of global warming, and all the ill effects that we are witnessing today. So that is what led us to this development.
Sir, your slide is
What we
not
are doing.
visible.
Slide is not visible
Yes.
now.
Not yet, Mr. Rajesh. We can still see your desktop or desktop folder.
Yeah, it is on desktop. Yeah.
The presentation is not open, Mr. Rajesh. It's yeah, it's perfect. We are on this agrogas presentation contents slide.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, please.
Sorry for technical glitch. Yeah. I'm
Oh no, not at all. Please.
Okay, fine. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about the technology, the market potential, national relevance, and our proof of concept plan that we have. So as you can see, we are a 12-year-old company engaged in the domain of oil and gas and energy. After several years of research, we have come to this renewable CNG option, which we call as agrogas. When we started working on this, there was a question because all of us, we know that municipal solid waste is the much talked about wastage and the waste food, which is a great nuisance. But we found out very soon that it is great nuisance, but not so a great resource, because it contains a lot of water, and basically the resource in all its complete total quantity is not enough that it would make any impact on the national economy. Because today, we are importing something like, even in during the COVID recession and the lower consumption times, we consumed about 195, 196 million tons of crude last year. So if we have to make any impact on national economy, it has to be substantial. So that brought us to these figures of the agricultural residue, which is being wasted and which is being burned. So the potential is something like 500, 600 million tons. And if it can be converted in the ratio of 6:1 to a very, very usable product that is at par with CNG, then we said that yes, it would make a substantial impact. When we formed our company, we initially jotted down some objectives and some goals and all that. And then we discarded it and we came to two simple lines. We said that we should be enjoying what we are doing and it should matter. So we think that, and we believe, we are confident that this technology will matter in the years to come. So we have this commercially viable patented process which converts any kind of agricultural residue, predominantly the lignocellulosic biomass, to biogas, and then we have a purification process that can give us the usable product, which is CBG at par with CNG. We are going to talk about that. The unique features of this technology, I mean, India has millions of gobar gas plants, and all of us, we have seen many of the plants which have been broken down, not in operation, and most of the projects are failure projects. Those were mainly oriented towards digestion of cow dung and some other household kitchen waste or something like that, and mainly oriented towards having some burning source, kitchen gas source. Most of them, they are broken down. So what has happened? What is new in this? So this is with the orientation of making it at par with CNG, and so it is completely designed differently. It is completely designed as a reactor rather than the digester. So we have many unique features embedded into this technology. Uh, we wanted to sorry when we developed the technology, we said that it has to prove true on uh, many aspects. It has to be technically feasible that the any vehicle or any application running on CNG or pipe natural gas should be seamlessly transferable to CBG, or what we call as compressed biogas, which is purified biogas. It should be environmentally sustainable. Um, when we are talking about developing a new process and establishing a commercially viable plant of larger scale, it should not happen that it would be damaging to environment. We are trying to get a product which is environmental friendly. So that's why it is a completely zero liquid discharge plant. We are not using any enzymes, any chemicals, which will ultimately go in the product or in the soil. And it has an excellent energy balance, because that also is a very important aspect. That was an important aspect of the technology for us, and it should be economically viable. And because otherwise the technologies remain in lab, and from lab to land or land to the commercial scale, it's a very, very difficult journey. So there was no point in developing a technology that wouldn't see the light of the day, that wouldn't be commercialized on larger scale. And I'm very happy to share with you that after our proof of concept plant, we have tied up with very good, very able partners. Like we are tied up with Thermax Limited, and with them and with our partners, we will be establishing very large plants for conversion of this agricultural residue to CBG very soon. It should also be socially friendly and socially contributive. That was one of the another objectives that we had in our mind. And just valorizing the biomass isn't enough, but the farmer should also get rid of the problems, especially when we analyze the issues in Punjab, because of the seasonality of the rice straw, because harvesting happens just in matter of 15, 20, 25, 30 days. And we the farmer has to get rid of that, because he has to go for further sowing of wheat. If he sows it later, then he loses the advantage of the dew which is onset in the month of end of November or the start of December. So in the month of October, it has the feed, he has to empty out the feed entirely. And for that, he has to pay a lot of money to empty out the feed after harvesting. So it has to be the solution has to provide that he doesn't lose money. In fact, he gets some money, and also he doesn't, he's not tempted to burn the agricultural residue, but rather uses it or getting it used for some productive use. All of us, we have now seen in various presentations what we need, what we mean by the first generation CBG and or first generation biogas and second generation biomass. So starch, sugars, fat, proteins, wasted food grains are all easier to digest, but the lignocellulosic biomass, where the glucose and xylose and all these digestibles are enclosed in the sheath of lignin, so lignocellulosic biomasses, the rice straw, wheat straw, soybean trash, cotton straw, Napier grass, bagasse, all these feeds are typically which are not easily consumed by as fodder, and which are not consumed definitely by human beings. Those are classified as second generation CBG. And the maximum wastage and maximum problems which we witness today are arising from this second generation CBG. So we have worked on this second generation CBG, and some of the difficult biomasses, like one of the presenters, Mr. Parikh, Professor Parikh mentioned, the some of the things like castor oil cake, for example, it has got resin, and this protein makes it very toxic, and that is why it is not consumed by any animal or consumed as fodder. So that also we are able to convert it to usable product to biogas. Um, the main workforce here is of course the bacteria, and I am happy to share with you that we are for our concerns about the environment, we are not gone for any genetically modified bacteria also. These are all naturally occurring bacteria, and with sufficient ecosystem built around them, with the proper type of environment built for them, and with proper type of reactor, they are able to digest these difficult to digest biomasses, the second generation biomasses. I'll run you through the process in brief. Um, we take the agricultural residue usually in bale form, because when it is harvested during that short time, if you have to collect that and store it for the year, it has to be in baled form. The bales can be rectangular, the bales can be cylindrical. The larger bales can be very high density rectangular bales also, and there are various companies who are producing larger machines for them. So the agricultural residue is stored for long period. Um, Many people have this question that what happens with the rain and with the weather and all that. But fortunately, the surface tension of rice straw is such, the sheath is such that the water doesn't creep inside. It doesn't deteriorate. Only the surface deteriorates. So when we make it into bales, when we store it for the year, there is no harm as far as the digestibility is concerned. Then we put it to the coarse shredder, we put it to the fine shredder. We get the particle size which is desirable for the bacteria to digest. Because just to tell you, because there are people from different disciplines here, and this field CBG or biomass conversion to any usable chemicals, any usable form of energy, it's such that it has to have the integrated inputs and knowledge of various fields. So I'm just elaborating some of the facts which may not be known to everybody, but the bacteria size, I mean, when we go for curd formation also, what we do is we take a spoonful of already made curd, and we put it in the bowl containing milk, and the next morning you get curd. So the bacteria, once they are in the conducive environment, and they are in the vicinity of food, they start eating the food for their metabolism, and they start multiplying and growing. And in the process, what we get is the end product. So similar thing happens here, but the bacteria size is very, very small, extremely small. I mean, in 1 milliliter of the slurry or the inoculum that typically any biogas anaerobic, this process is anaerobic, by the way. So in any anaerobic digestion, the bacteria in 1 milliliter of liquid, it will contain more than hundreds of crores of bacteria in 1 milliliter. So such small is the size. So the particle size, the protocol for that is very, very critical. Then we mix it with the feed, with the slurry, with the water or the hydrolysis process, and then we feed it to the digester. The biogas which comes out has a composition of typically about 50 to 55% or 60% methane, carbon dioxide about 35 to 40%. Then there is an H2S presence. In lignocellulosic biomasses, we have observed that H2S is usually contained below 500 ppm or so, so it's not much. So we have to remove it nevertheless. And there is a saturated water. So for conversion of this biomass, to be able to compress it at a very high pressure, we have to remove the carbon dioxide, we have to remove first the H2S, then the water, moisture, and then the carbon dioxide. So sequentially it has to be removed. Various processes or various methods can be deployed for that. What we have implemented is a pressure swing adsorption process, where we sequentially remove the hydrogen sulfide first with the activated carbon. Pardon me? Then we go for removal of moisture, and then we go for removal of separation of gases of carbon dioxide and methane. Then it is ready to be compressed. Many people are under impression that why can't biogas can directly be compressed, although the name suggests compressed biogas, is because of the moisture content and carbon dioxide. Because of the critical pressure and critical temperature of carbon dioxide, it can get liquefied under high pressure, and then it can, in the process of extraction of biogas, it goes under adiabatic expansion, and then there is the liquid can suddenly turn into vapor. The pressure can increase multifolds, and it can burst the cylinders. So we have to be very, very careful about moisture removal and the uh, the partial pressure we are exerting on CO2. So the percentage of CO2 also. With that process, we get on the one hand the compressed biogas or the purified biogas. On the other hand, not everything what we put in is digested in the anaerobic digester. So what we do is we take it out in form of slurry, and then we pass it through a filter, either a filter press or screw filter or screw separator. And then the ligninous part, which is hard woody part, which is not consumed by the bacteria easily, so that comes out of that. We dry it, and we can make it either into pellets and briquettes, or it is also a beautiful and very useful source for organic fertilizer, because it contains the most essential organic carbon which is required for Indian soils. So roughly this is the process flow, and this is how. So we have one principal product. The protagonist is of course the CBG, or the purified biogas or biomethane, which is compressed and filled in the cascades. It is then sent to the petrol pumps or CNG pumps for filling in the vehicles. And then there is a carbon dioxide which comes out of the exhaust. As somebody has asked the question, and it has been clarified in this presentation, that since this is this happens in the real time, when the Punjab or the Uttar Pradesh or any farmer sows the rice, plantation for rice, the crop of rice, it may happen in the month of June or July, and in October we take it out, and maybe the next April or May, whatever, we turn it through this, run it through this digester, feed it to the digester. Whatever carbon dioxide that has been absorbed by the biomass or the rice plant while growing up, because it absorbs carbon dioxide, it absorbs water, and in the presence of sunlight, it converts it to food. So these are different forms of glucose chains which are evident, or which are there in form of cellulose, hemicellulose, lignin, and then various forms of starch and proteins and carbohydrates. So the same carbon dioxide, when it is getting released in the real time of 6, 7, 8 months, it establishes a carbon neutral cycle. So it actually doesn't put load on the present environment, unlike the fossil fuels, where it has been sequestered millions of years back, and in very short period of time today, we are releasing the carbon dioxide back to atmosphere. So that is why it is putting load on the atmosphere. So that is why it is called carbon neutral cycle. Now this carbon dioxide which is getting released can also be utilized. It can be liquefied. It can be utilized as industrial carbon dioxide, or it can be used in beverages. And there are various processes. Today it's not a matter of today's discussion, but there is a dry reforming process. There are different processes of utilizing and valorizing this carbon dioxide, where we can either permanently sequester it, or we can utilize it to make some other usable products. So this is the total process flow that we have developed and established. It also comes with its own challenges, because biomass collection, the challenges are now more on the business front than the technology front, but nevertheless the technology front had different challenges. It has to be completely temperature controlled, agitation controlled. Reaction kinetics plays very important role in while making it economically viable. And accessibility of food to bacteria has a great impact. Purification technology to look at the environmental factors and energy balance is very challenging. The main challenges today are, I mean, as far as CBG is concerned and CNG is concerned, very good part of that is there is practically no ceiling for it, because as I said, we are importing 196 or 200 million tons of crude every year. And even if we convert the entire agricultural residue in the country available today, we will be touching something like 55% or 60% of this demand. So the demand is huge. And right now we are not in the reckoning, if not even any percent of the meeting the demand, but which there is an ambitious goal and plan to establish at least 5,000 plants in next couple of years across India. And it is uh, not a not a distant dream, because the country like Germany, which is very tiny compared to continent like India, the country like India. So Germany has more than 9,500 biogas plants in only one country, one nation. So it is not a distant dream, but I believe that the ecosystem is getting developed. The another part is, so far CNG was utilized or filled in only petrol run vehicles, because CNG, LPG and petrol, all of them, they have a very high self ignition temperatures. All of us, we know that. And that's why spark ignition is required to ignite these fuels. Now with the new technology, which is called the dual fuel technology, what one can do is, there are technologies developed by uh, my earlier company Vanaz and ARAI here in Pune, that in the dual fuel technology, you inject about 30% of diesel and 70% of CNG in the same
Mr.
manner.
Rajesh, just wanted to point out, we are sort of running out of time. So if you can try to.
Just two slides, Vikramji.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Please.
Okay. So I just want to stress that even the diesel engines, without modification, any modification of the engine, will now can be used very near future, will be used for to run on CNG. So there is practically no ceiling for the product sale. However, the offtake guarantees, and for the byproduct offtakes, it still remains a challenge. So that is something to be taken care of. You can see in this slide that there are practically no differences between the bio-CNG or CBG and IS 15958, that is fossil fuel natural gas. So it is exactly at par. I just want to show you the what we have done at a proof of concept plant in Pune. So we have this plant in Pune where we are practically from last 4 years, we have been producing CBG out of the rice straw, you deploying all our technology, and we are practically filling it in the vehicles. We are so far filled about 15,000 vehicles, and there has been no complaint at all. The last anecdote I would like to point out, it was inaugurated at the hands of the eminent union ministers, as you can see. The last point I would like to highlight is, when with the ministers we were riding the Pune CNG bus filled on CBG, the ministers and the dignitaries asked the driver, "How are you feeling?" He said that, "Saab, aap itne bade log baithe, main kya batao?" But when I was driving the bus on this Ghat road for emptying out the CNG, normal fossil CNG, I was driving on first gear. Now I am driving on second gear, and there are no vibrations. So this is the strength of the fuel. Just being the renewable fuel, it doesn't mean that it is lacking in any way on the technical front or the performance front. So that is how the technology is. It is completely commercially viable. The large plants are under establishment, and very soon you will be seeing 5-ton, 10-ton, 15-ton plants established in Punjab, Andhra Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, with such kind of technologies. Thank you so much, and thanks again, Professor Sonde and Professor Vikram Singh and Professor Pan for giving me this opportunity. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Rajesh, for that wonderful talk. In the interest of time, I'll skip over the question and answer session. But if you permit, I hope if the participants send you questions, you can respond.
Yeah, sure. No problem.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rajesh.
Thank you.
I will now introduce our next speaker and final speaker for this session, Dr. Sashi Shankar. So he's currently working as Associate Principal Technologist at Praj Matrix R&D Center of Praj Industries, Pune. He's with Praj since 2012. He has done a PhD in chemistry from Ruhr University, Germany, and postdoc from University of California, Berkeley. Dr. Sashi's research interest covers areas pertaining to state-of-the-art ionic liquids and solvochemicals, chemical tools for biomass processing, pretreatment, and extraction of valuable chemicals. Widely and holds a number of patents. He also mentors and guides industry PhD students at Pune University. With that, I'll give the floor to Dr. Sashi. Dr. Sashi, are you there?
Am I audible? Excuse me.
Yeah, you are very much.
First of all, I would like to thank Professor Pant and also Professor Vikram Singh for that introduction. And I would like to thank for this opportunity. And Raj also would like to thank for this opportunity for this presentation. And in the context of waste valorization, I just would like to present my slide. Let's see. Is my slide visible?
Yep, they are.
All right. So today, just a minute, is it moving? Yeah. So I would like to touch on the landscapes in the advances in the landscape, very briefly on pre-treatment and briefly on post-pre-treatment, because this is required for the, this is required to enhance the production of biofuel, be it bio-CNG or be it ethanol or even other relevant biofuels, and mainly from the also biochemicals from the perspective of agri-residue feedstocks, which we've been handling at Praj Matrix for last 1 decade or so. So before I just dwell into my topic, I'll just briefly outline, because in the context of this national seminar on waste valorization, in particular solid waste valorization, Praj is based in Pune, and we've been working on this valorization of waste, be it in the context of first generation ethanol or grains, molasses, wastewater treatment. So we've been working on this, and R&D has been our core thrust, and we believe in technology, engineering, and management, and we also provide end-to-end solutions. So for the past 4 decades, thanks to our chairman, Dr. Pramod Chaudhary, we've been working extensively on that. And the last 1 decade, we've been extensively involved in the processing of agri-residue.
So only when you have written the
and these are the key facts. Excuse me. Hello.
Yeah. I think you can continue, Dr. Sashi.
So the last 2-3 years have been a good journey for us, particularly in the context of bioeconomy, because we've been ranked as best place to work. And of course, we also been noted as number 2 in terms of renewable chemicals and biomaterials. And of course, on the design, not just the technology part of it, but of course, you have to build up to the end-to-end solution from lab to pilot to demonstration scale. So we've been catching up with that, and we've been making a lot of advancements in that sector. And I particularly work at Praj Matrix, which is the R&D center, and we believe in the connection between different disciplines, and we operate as centers of excellence. Now, I am from Chemical Sciences department. Though I am from Chemical Sciences, we integrate with all, so which involves bioprocess technology department, molecular and microbiology, analytical, and we have process engineers. So one unique feature about this facility is that it got lab pilot, and also bench scales. And there is a seamless integration with different sectors, as I pointed out. And we have technologies, and nearly 50% of them are from biotechnology background. So that helps actually. It provides the best context to handle waste biomass, provides the context to handle the, say, molasses, grain feedstocks. In fact, we've been working with grain feedstock, as I pointed out earlier, for quite a period of time. So in the last 1 decade or so, we've been, quite seriously involved in processing agriculture biomass, particularly towards biofuels and bioethanol. I'll just share briefly on that. So to push the frontiers in bioeconomy, we have like two major platforms. One is a biomobility, which takes care of, say, first generation cellulose, the first generation ethanol and cellulosic ethanol, of course. And also we also embarked on biodiesel and other projects which we are already working in lab and pilot scale, has been with regard to compressed biogas, which the previous presenters have mentioned, and of course on marine and sustainable aviation fuels. We have another major platform, which is BioPrism, which we take care of in terms of renewable chemicals and materials. So it can be either from first G or second G, covering various aspects of it. Of course, in the context of Atmanirbhar Bharat, so we want to make a positive impact, not just on environment, but also on economy and social, because at the end of the day, these are the key drivers which can push the bioeconomy forward. And aptly mentioned by previous speakers, all these contexts, all these three pillars, are very important if you want to advance as a self-energy reliant nation. So this is briefly about what we are working on. So let me dwell right into the technology part of it. So if you look at the processing, either from processing of production towards production of biofuels, biochemicals, what is important is, for the sake of brevity, I just divided into two. One is upstream, the other one is downstream. So today my talk will touch on upstream, which is basically, it can be a physical pretreatment or a chemical pretreatment or a combination of physical and chemical pretreatment. And my previous speaker, Professor Kare, have already talked mostly on enzyme fermentation. Of course, he touched upon solid liquid separation, and distillation has been our bread and butter for 4 decades or so. So I will not touch majorly on downstream. I will put majorly on upstream, because upstream will decide the outcome of the downstream, particularly in the context of cellulosic ethanol or other biofuels which we are exploring on. Because what is important is we need to know that we need to have a good understanding of the feedstock, which is your solid feedstock, be it rice, bagasse, empty fruit bunch, or a mix of corn and bagasse, different type of this. There is a requirement on a good knowledge, not just the physical, but also the chemical knowledge of it. And how do we do the treatment decides the outcome. So the quick question that comes to everyone's mind is, do we need a pretreatment at all, or why pretreatment is important? Because if you take, of course, previous speakers have touched on this, but I'll just, quickly provide in the context of, the industrial context, so which will be, very useful going forward. If you look at the mature cell wall, if you let it sit, or if you just let any other microbes, they do work. But if you just let it sit, it will take ages for the production of fuels. That is why we need a critical pretreatment step. It can be physical, it can be mechanical, it can be both, combination of chemical and mechanical. But what is inevitable is it requires some pre-processing before it can be processed further to either to fuels or chemicals. And what is another challenge is, on a plant scale may look larger, but on a nano scale, if you go to molecular scale, they are all different components. Like previous speaker have pointed out about lignin, hemicellulose, and ash, and other components. So it is necessary to dealienate them in order to provide chemicals. Sorry. So what is important? The bottom line is the heterogeneity, the structural heterogeneity, the spatial heterogeneity is the necessity, for the pre-treatment. So this kind of necessitates pre-treatment step. And it is also important from an economical perspective, because, If you look at it, any biofuel plants, pre-treatment roughly costs about 1/4 of the treatment. So this is very essential. So that's the area we've been working on. And what we have understood is so far from our journey is that we have a team of experts, chemical and engineers who look into what causes the resistant structure, be in terms of crystallinity of cellulose, be in terms of particle size, be in terms of lignin. Not only about lignin, but what are the components of the lignin, what is their spatial as well as chemical heterogeneity, and of course other components like protein and ash, which is very interesting and important from the context of rice straw if you want to valorize each one of these components in the biomass. So what at R&D we do is we embark on this, we develop what you call understanding, the detailed understanding, physical, chemical understanding, and we always we seamlessly interact with the plant engineers or also the engineers, which is our main office, and how do we make that as a technology package and the product towards the end. So that is the goal. So this requires effort not just from like from a lab, but it also requires efforts from industrial engineers as well for the realization. This is how our journey has been when we want to when we go ahead with the technology and provide the complete package. So what we have done is we have an Infinity platform, which I will briefly introduce, which has put together the knowledges on chemical and biochemical engineering and combined with the process engineering, and we have developed a complete package and we have offered in the demo plant as well. So our coverage in terms of pre-treatment has been 4 components. One is high recovery of carbohydrate. Towards that end, we want high sugar yields. How we optimize and understand the cellulase enzyme. So towards that end, we identified what causes the binding of cellulase enzyme, how the substrate engineering required, how is the change that is required in the pre-treatment so that we can have a better enzyme loading. And we also looked at what is the impact downstream. Like say, somebody talked about valorization. I mean, we talked about the lignin. So lignin to fuels is one part, but we are also embarking on lignin to valuable chemicals. So this is another challenge which we look and which we also offer in terms of to our clients and customers. And of course, what is important in terms of that, you want to have no wastage of water and energy has to be integrated well. That's where our expertise of 3 decades comes into picture. So if you look at the different type of pre-treatment technology, of course, there have been various, and we have explored literally in all of them. But since in terms of commercial readiness, and also for rapid commercialization, we have looked mostly on low aqueous pre-treatment, which involves acids and steam. Of course, it may look a little bit matured, but what is interesting is how do we add innovation in that? So that is what the R&D team looks on this. There are still challenges and interesting exploration to be done, even though it is a known technology. So that's what we've been embarking on this, and that's what we have developed. So this is briefly our processing. So as I said, I will just focus on the pre-treatment and additive treatment and how it enhances the ethanol yield. So what we see in this process is there is no wastage. I mean, there is no solid liquid separation or don't fuel or sugars or waste. So we take care of the entire cellulosic component as well as the lignin component in the entire process. So just to give a glimpse on what are the landscapes that we look at in terms of pH, in terms of aqueous pre-treatment, low pH aqueous treatment or steam, we embark from the perspective of process engineering and design. So we have looked at lab versus pilot, batch versus continuous. And we also explore on catalyst impregnation because that is most important. What it does to the structure and what it does to the enzyme and how it does when we do a physical chemical pre-treatment. So we have looked at all the aspects, and in fact, as a part of our work, we've been able to publish some of these works, which is I just reflected. But what is interesting is what we have done is how acid behaves in the pre-treatment, how the mixture of acid behaves in the treatment, what is the synergism. We have looked into the scientific aspects of it and also the engineering aspects of it. The second component is how do we improve the enzyme performance without loading tons of it, because one of the challenges is the cost of enzymes. So that we've been able to negate to some extent through a detailed understanding of substrate and the engineering of it. So we have come up with a novel pre-treatment additives or post-pre-treatment additives that mitigates the effect of lignin on cellulase enzyme, so that, you know, with the same loading, you can achieve a better yield of sugar. So this is one of the area which, you know, we have extensively worked from lab to demonstration scale. So in a brief, what our technology key points have been, you know, minimization of wear and tear of critical equipment. This is very important if you're particularly dealing with, you know, we have had a feedstock, rice straw feedstock and wheat straw, corn from different areas, and sugar cane. The important part is, you know, we can have some solid mud coming in, which can in fact affect the entire processing equipment. So we need to have a detailed understanding of it. The other part is efficient percolation of catalyst. So this reduces the catalyst requirement, and then at the same time, it also improves and enhances the performance of cellulose to glucose conversion. And of course, a post-pretreatment, what we have done is we have done a physical and chemical profiling. And towards that end, you know, we've been working with NCL and other agencies, you know, other government bodies to understand in detail about the biomass structure and biomass structure post-pretreatment. So we have looked into aspects of lignin. We have looked into the aspects of catalyst, and of course, on a, you know, what we have found is a interestingly lowering of particle size is very critical. And we have developed also a low cost, you know, patent additive technology, which has gone from, you know, it has not just been at lab scale, it has gone to pilot, and it has been validated at demonstration scale, which I just show pictures of it. And beauty of it, it avoids the treatments like delignification, excess caustic, hot water, and other detoxification steps. Just a brief, you know, sum of the pre-treated and unpretreated material. And what we see is a clear impact and the synergism due to mixed acid, and of course, after, you know, anionic additive treatment, which we have embarked on. So in addition to that, in terms of wood waste, we've been tied up with, you know, we have a collaborative work with Sweden, with CCAP, and there also we have been embarking on development of their technology in terms of process engineering, in terms of, you know, value addition on how we can improve the process steps. So this has been a pathway, and in terms of sulfur dioxide, we understood the basic chemistry of it. Not only that, how do we recover the catalyst and how do we process the biomass? That has been the key, and we've been able to develop or coordinate with them for you know, development of wood-based technology as well. This is just a glimpse of it, and in recent years, you know, like pointed out in my introduction, we are also exploring other type of pre-treatment. One of the speakers mentioned about the use of ionic liquid, but what we are looking at is bio-based ionic liquid, because, you know, one of the key challenges here is we don't want any solid liquid separation. We don't want any toxicity of ILs, and we also want some sort of mild and a nice features of IL which we can put in together, so that we will have a perfect stream from starting from biomass till the end, where you can also add valorization of lignin as well. So we want to capture all the components, and we've been also embarking on this work, and this is still at a, you know, a lab and bench scale, and probably will be moving towards a pilot scale as well. But this is just a glimpse of other alternative technologies which we've been looking at in the context of biofuels and biochemicals. And just to highlight the progress that we have made. So this is based on leveraging, as I pointed out, lab scale understanding, bench scale, and pilot scale understanding. This has been our journey, and we have handled a different type of agri residues as well. And so what we have is Pune, just 75 kilometers from our R&D. This is another, we call it R&D2. So it's an integrated second generation cellulosic ethanol plant. We also have a, you know, facility where we also looked into the biogas as well. And this is tied up to a sugarcane factory. So we have extensively worked in the beginning on sugarcane bagasse, but, you know, we've been conducted trials on rice straw, wheat straw, and different type of residues for different oil companies in India as well as abroad. And this is one of the big features of the culmination of technology, which started from lab to pilot and all the way up to demo. And then we are, you know, now working for clients for the commercial production of cellulosic ethanol. So with that, I would like to, you know, just thank you for your attention, and I hope I stuck to the time. because I didn't want to dwell too much on it, but I hope I have given you just a glimpse. I know it's not a detailed one, but nevertheless, I shall be happy to answer the questions and you can email me back. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Sashi, for that insightful talk. I'll have to say that we need to skip over the question and answer session.
Sure.
If it's okay, I hope the participants can email you questions and.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Dr. Sashi.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would. So we are done with the session now. I would like to thank all our speakers and all our 200 odd participants for sticking with us during this time. I think we got a pretty good idea of some of the technologies which are out there on biomass and agro waste processing and utilization. So thanks a lot, everyone. I would now give the platform to Professor Pant, who's hosting the next session on challenges and way forward in solid waste management. I'm sorry, Professor Pant, I was supposed to hand over the platform earlier.
Thank you, Professor Vikram, for nicely handling the technical session 4. And I also take the opportunity to thank you all the speakers, right, who have devoted their time. And our team will be in touch, right, with all of you so that we can take it forward, right, from there to different aspects. So with this short word, now I have pleasure to introduce the second panel of which is of this entire session. And this panel discussion is on challenges and way forward in solid waste management. So this is one of the very important aspects, and I'm glad that all the panelists are here. So without wasting much time, it's take my opportunity to introduce all the panelists first before going for the round of discussions. So the panelists are Sri Mashood Malik. So let me introduce him. Mr. Mashood Malik is the Joint Managing Director of Ramke Enviro, Rail, and an expert in the management of hazardous material, waste management, and rehabilitation of contaminated sites. Mr. Malik served as a Managing Director at Environmental Resources Management, ERM, on environmental, health, safety, risk, and social consulting service. He is the advisor of Government of India on environmental policy and country's sustainable development goals. So we welcome Mr. Mashood for this panel. Thank you. And our next panelist is Mr. Mojard Thomas. So let me introduce him. He is a distinguished professor of practice, UNITAR, which is known as United Nations Institute for Training and Research, WTERT, which is a Global Waste to Energy Research and Technology, the Council of Columbia University, Hu Foundation School of Engineering. He is the principal member of International Solid Waste Association, ISWA. He is the contributor of the circular economy named as REFU, Waste Technology Science Based Targets Initiative named as SBTI, and global stakeholder. He has a lot of experience and lot of connections with the different waste management divisions. So rather, he doesn't call it waste, he call it refuge management division. And over the last 4 years, Dr. Thomas is working as a chairman and global CEO of Delta, together with CSIR, NERI, and a consortium of renowned Indian national, international scientists and engineers conducted NR&D Zero, which is refuge, waste at resource and information, education and communication, known as IEC campaign. So he has a vast experience, and we look forward to hear you, Mr. Mojard. Thank you, Dr. Mojard, for joining the panel. Our third panelist is Sri Dharmenji. He is currently a chairman of New Delhi Municipal Council. He has also served as an additional secretary and finance advisor, Ministry of Food and Consumer Affairs, Joint Secretary of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and Ministry of Urban Development and Poverty Alleviation. Thank you, Sri Dharmenji, for joining, and we welcome you for this panel. Our next panelist is from IIT Bombay, Professor Anil Kumar Dixit. Professor Dixit is professor at Environmental Science and Engineering Department, which is known as ESED at IIT Bombay. Professor Dixit has more than 30 years of experience in teaching, research, and consultation. His research work in the field of urban solid waste management, wastewater treatment, industrial effluent, and waste management is duly recognized across the scientific community. He has published over 130 publications. So we welcome Professor Dixit for this session. And I have privilege to welcome Professor Arun Grover, who has been the Vice Chancellor of PU Chandigarh from 2012 to 2018. He nucleated CRIKC at Chandigarh, which is one of the very, I think, promising, and he handled it very tactfully, a precursor of society-based innovation cluster supported by the Office of PSA from 2020. He currently serves as a chair of RSC of Delhi cluster, which is called DRIVE, chair of RC of CSIR NPL New Delhi, chair of RSC ISER Mohali, Senate member of IIT Ropar, member of BOG of POC EC Punjab University Chandigarh, and DAE Raja Ramanna Fellow and honorary emeritus professor at PEC Chandigarh. As a physicist at TIFR from 1972 to 2016, he received the Homi Bhabha Science and Technology Award of BARC in 1995 and served as vice president of IASC Bangalore. We welcome you, Professor Grover, here for this session.
Thank you.
And our next panelist is Dr. Preeti Benjal. Dr. Preeti Benjal is presently working as an advisor, scientist G in the office of the Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India, New Delhi. She is currently leading e-waste management initiative in the office of PSA and has designed an end-to-end waste management and circular economy framework. She has successfully coordinated with Delhi administration for her initiative to set up e-waste management eco parks in Delhi. Besides that, she wrote many articles on human resource development, communication technology, and disaster management. We welcome Dr. Preeti for this panel. So just to initiate without taking much time from my side, just the problem of what we are saying here, challenges and way forward for this waste management. Just let me put some data that overall, if you look at the Indian scenario, India produces around 152,000 tons of this waste per day. And out of that, 98.5% of waste is recycled. And out of that, only 35% is being treated. 33% is being sent to the landfill and remaining 33% is unaccounted. So the treatment of this waste, so despite that, in the first 1, 2, 3, 4 technical sessions, we have observed that a lot of research is being done, but despite that, the technology implementation is a major issue. That's one thing. And I think we should not call it waste. We should call it something different, not the refuge, but a kind of the opportunity where it can give the job to the society. It can make the awareness to the society if they don't treat it, what kind of health hazards, so some kind of fear factor should be there, some kind of penalties should also come, some kind of incentives should also come. I think that should be the solution for the future when we talk about the how to manage these kind of the refused material. So that's what I think the wonderful word which has been given by Dr. Mojart in the morning. So I think we should take forward from here. Another important thing what I was just reading today, right, that Japan in the Olympics are going on. And if you look at, there are around 5,000 medals, right, and which have been extracted from the electronic material, right? And for that, 78,985 tons of this electronic material was donated by the citizens of Japan. And out of that, this was 32 kg of the gold from that could be extracted, 3,500 kg of silver could be extracted, and again 2,200 kg of the bronze, which is a mixture of 95% copper and 5% zinc. So if this is the kind of opportunity we have to look at from the electronic waste, I think similarly there are agricultural residue. We have the plastic material available, but how to treat all these and how to formulate a policy which can bring the society forward. So kind of databases to be made, kind of inventories are to be made. So I would like to hear from each of the panelists, so what we plan that let us discuss for 5 minutes from each panelist, we should listen, and then we can have the cross discussion, and then we will pass it to the audience also for their comment. So I request Mr. Masood Malik first to give his views on this.
Thank you so much, Professor Pant. I think and a great opportunity for me to be part of this very distinguished panel today. I think you've set up the challenges part of the discussion quite well with your introductory remarks. So I'll just quickly spend 2 minutes on the challenges, and then the rest I'll talk about some experiments that we are attempting to respond to those challenges. What are these challenges? I think I'll start with the basic principles themselves. Whose waste? Who's responsible? We all want waste managed, but we want somebody else to do it. And let me also tell you, as a waste manager, somebody who's spent all their lives doing this work, we all want waste managed. We want somebody else to do it, and we want to do it somewhere far away from where we are. So I don't want waste managed in my backyard. So that is challenge number one. So land, permits, financing inherently become challenges because today we want the government to manage waste and we don't want to pay for it. The second challenge is scale. I think you already touched upon it. We have over 300 million tons of waste being generated in this country today, and it's growing at an unprecedented rate. The fact is that our per capita waste generation today is probably just 400, 450 grams per capita per day. It's going to become one day a kilogram or a kilogram and a half. So we are going to, the next 30 years, probably double. Most of that is only just being transported. Most of the money in waste management today that is being spent by all the government bodies, the ULBs, is in transporting this problem to somewhere else, far away. And as you mentioned, that only a third of this waste is getting treated scientifically. The changing nature of waste is another challenge. What is the definition of municipal waste? What is the definition of biomedical waste? Do we generate biomedical waste at home? Yes, we do. Do we generate electronic waste at home? Yes, we do. Is this being managed as electronic waste? No, it is not today. So the changing nature of waste and the fact our regulations are not necessarily in sync with this changing nature of generation. The fragmentation in this sector. I manage waste all over the country, sir. And today in the 25 odd concessions that I have across the country for managing waste, these are 25 different concessions with very different terms and conditions, with very different asks. And therefore, it's like I'm not managing waste for India, but I'm managing waste separately and differently for each of the ULBs in which I'm operating. So there are lots of these challenges. I'll not go spend more time. I'll just talk about some of the experiences and learnings that we have had over the last few years, where I think from being waste managers and taking on to the point that you made, we have started a journey. And the transformation vision is to resource management. We believe this is the key. This is the shift that is required in order to address some of the challenges we talked about. An integrated approach to waste as opposed to a fragmented approach to waste. And that journey is towards circularity. The company that I work with, we've invested over 3,500 crores in this journey towards resource management. And today, the largest waste to energy capacity in India, that's about 50 megawatts operating, another 100 megawatts in development, with the largest plastics recycler in India, the first artificial intelligence enabled material recovery facility. This is operating in the Middle East, marine waste recycling, C&D waste recycling plants all over India, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I will also talk about some of the more, we just announced a nationwide network for of facilities to recycle cars in a sustainable manner. I'll not spend too much time about these facilities, but there are lots of learnings on waste to energy. It is not a solution for every city, but for some cities, it is the best solution. But you cannot just import technology and make it work in India. It doesn't work if you unless you localize it. Segregation, extremely important, and we need to find, basis all the experiences that we have, ways and means of doing it at source. But even if it is at source, we have found that there is still mixed waste coming, which needs to be segregated further. I think circularity cannot be just looked at municipal waste, associated waste like construction and demolition waste. We need to find ways and means of converting the construction and demolition waste to virgin material like sands, and make products out of it, tiles from aggregates, etc. So that can become a resource. This is India's largest plastics recycling facility. This is in Vizag. And here, from the waste that we are collecting, we are making more resources. And in fact, all our waste bags that we send to our customers are actually made from recycled materials. These dump sites that we talk about, whether it is the huge dump sites in Delhi or in other cities, every major city in India has these huge dump sites. There are lots of learnings from these recovering waste from these dump sites. Marine waste, these are MARPOL waste facilities. We have facilities today operating in the United States. We have facilities operating in some of the Gulf areas. This is a picture of a MARPOL facility that we have in Oman. The interesting comment that you made about the recycled precious metals, the medals for the Olympics being made out of e-waste. You'll be happy to note that India's first fully integrated precious metals refinery, which will recover precious metals from both electronic waste and also industrial wastes, is about to be commissioned in the city of Hyderabad. Some learnings that we have had along the way, and more when we discuss it. Obviously, source segregation is key. And therefore, it's extremely important that we involve the community, the generators, and the informal sector in this space. Once you mix this waste, it is extremely expensive to segregate it, and that's where a lot of the viability gets lost. It's not a cottage industry. A country like India, we have to take these technologies from lab to pilot, but actually it needs implementation at scale. And for that, you need to have an ecosystem. You need to have many companies like us. The scale of the problem that I mentioned, 300 million tons being generated, we are the largest waste managers in India, sir. And we only manage about 7.5 million tons out of the 300. So we need 10 other companies like us, maybe 100 other companies like us before this issue gets solved. Localization of technology, and more importantly, innovation, so that we can make the viability gap a little less onerous than it is right now. And therefore, the need for having local manufacturing and not depending on imported technology. And finally, access to capital. We were lucky because we were able to attract private equity at scale for the very first time in this sector. But access to capital remains a challenge for this sector. And I think as enforcement increases, as policymakers and the government stress on making these rules and regulations into reality in every city, access to capital will follow. I'll stop here, and I look forward to the deliberations later today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malik, for providing your insights. And I'm happy that RAMKI is doing great efforts, right, in terms of treatment of the electronic waste and setting up a plant at Hyderabad. So I think similar plants should be set up right in different parts of the country, and that will definitely help. So with these words, I think now I invite Dr. Mojard Thomas for his views. Dr. Mojard, are you there?
Dr. Mojard, can you unmute yourself?
Unmute myself.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Pant, for giving me this opportunity to make this presentation at this time. And let me just get this together here. 1 second here. Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. Before I commence, I would just like to actually share with you first a little video presentation, and then I would go on to speak about the issue. And this video presentation that I'm going to show you is actually one of the technologies that we have actually been working on for the last 5 years or so, specifically as it pertains to how we should handle India's waste in of itself. what we have discovered as a group, we come to this process as a consortium of over 3,000 scientists and engineers. Many of them have worked in India at various levels, most recently when there was this issue at Ghazipur. Many of our collaborators, many of our scientists and engineers consulted on the issues as it affected that issue at Ghazipur plant. We had to take about 5,000 metric tons of waste from India itself, and we distributed to various labs across the world, specifically to study India waste, because what we recognize that the problem in of itself is that if you don't understand this katra, if you don't understand this waste in of itself, I don't think that you would be able to, that is the basic essential problem of not understanding the waste. Dr. Sunday specifically spoke about dealing with waste at the molecular level, at the atomic level that he dealt with it. And so I would like to first show you a development specifically to deal with India's waste itself. And let me just proceed.
There's no audio coming through.
Say it again.
No audio.
Are you guys able to hear this video?
Yeah, actually the video has some issue. I think the voice is not in the video.
You're not hearing the voice. Okay, just I sincerely apologize about that.
No, so you can just give your thoughts on that. So that would be, I think.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let me see here what this is supposed to be, that problem there. Yeah. Yes. So this video actually demonstrates a quantum leap technology in the gasification process of how to process India's waste in of itself. I think I want to make sure that you hear the video itself. I tested it out and it actually did work. Let's see.
Sound is not there.
Audio is missing, so but we can see that, and you can now give your views on that, right? How should we proceed forward from here?
Dr. Thomas, audio is not there. It is better you.
The video is not there. The sound is not there, eh?
You orally explain because we have a limited time. Can you orally explain and then go to the next one?
The audio is not there. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah. So I will move on to the next process in of itself. I do not want to speak too much to what is called the problems, because I think all of the speakers so far talked about the challenges. But what Delta has done working together with CSIR NERI and other scientists in India itself and around the world, over 3,000 scientists, we have developed a methodology or a system of how to handle the waste in India in of itself. And I'd like to present to you some aspects of that here at this time. Now, if you look at this picture here, if we do not clean up these landfills in of itself, this is what we are looking at in the future. You know that India has made a commitment, a national determinative contribution to reduce carbon emissions by 30 to 35% from the 2005 levels by 2030. What we have designed here is what is called a United Nations Framework Kyoto Protocol, CDM and REDD plus protocol. Basically what we're doing, we are actually building what is called these land-based carbon sink ecosystem park systems, whereby we are going to, on private land actually, 100 to 150 acres of land, where we are going to be putting both the CDM side and the REDD side on it. What that means is that within this complex, as you're seeing it here, within this complex, you're actually going to see, as according to what was mandated by the Supreme Court, we are building this as what is called commercial pilot programs. And what you're seeing here at the sense in terms of to support what is called the commercial and technical viability, we are also going to be building what is called a global center of distinction and excellence, which will support the technical viability more so than the commercial viability of this program. Here it is here. I'm just going to tell you some of the things that we are going to be doing here. We are actually going to be deploying about 10 to 15 different technologies in this land-based ecosystem park there inside. And we are focusing our attentions primarily on the recovery. We do not speak of the Katra as waste. We speak of it as refuse. If you understand this waste in of itself, you know, it could never die. And if we do not handle it, I always tell everyone, you know, you have to romance the waste, you have to love the waste, you have to treat the waste with some sort of a respect. If you don't do that, the waste will actually react to you. For example, if you notice in these landfills, many of the water systems there in the landfills are decimated. No potable water is able to drink. Also, if you understand the air, what we do is something called phytoremediation in terms of we cleaning the air, we cleaning the land, and we cleaning the water system. In that process, actually, we are focusing on actually to scientifically repurposing that refuse into these different byproducts here. And I can say this to you, you know, out of these 3,000 different engineer scientists, and this is well time tested and actually happening across the globe in of itself. And so this is something, this is a process that we're actually setting up as a commercial pilot program. As you can see here, these are several of the various offtakes that we are actually going to be looking at in terms of when we set up these ecosystems there. You understand very well that, you know, Dr. Sunday spoke specifically about the hydrogen. This is something that actually we relish tremendously. More so importantly, you heard several of the speakers talk about the e-waste process in of itself. This system that we are setting up in place will be able to process all these kinds of waste type here. You know, whether it's the ash from the thermal power plants, whether it's medical waste, municipal waste, industrial waste, all these except nuclear waste. We are not going to be able to, we're not going to be processing any of that. And we are focusing specifically as is required, as asked of us by Supreme Court, to focus primarily on you know, 5 different dump sites within the western zone of Maharashtra state. This is what is called a sample view of what we call this land-based carbon sink ecosystem park here. I'm not going to go through much of it to speak much about it, and you guys will have an opportunity to yourselves to actually have a look at what this is all about this presentation. I will just talk on some features about this entire thing. Some of the unique features of this process here and of itself. Some of the unique features is that this is a novel cross-fleet solutions designed for hosting more than a dozen time-tested global patented technologies in a carbon sink park ecosystems to scientifically repurpose that refuse. These carbon sink parks will be able to process about 5,000 to 10,000 metric tons of waste a day. We are going to be doing things at blended fluids we'll be doing in this here. We'll be doing it, will be a net zero carbon refuse treatment, eliminating and tracking of refuse at landfills and dump site. There will be lots of technical segregation, which is not required necessarily, but we will actually do some of that refuse segregation there. The plans to reduce the production of the carbon emission following the Indian National Determinative Contribution that I've spoke to you before. And again, we're scientifically repurposing that waste to into what we call pavement and road carbon capture, sequestration, storage, and utilization systems. It's going to be another unique feature. It's the zero residue, which allow us to eliminate the concept of landfill from refuse, carbon capture and sequestration and utilization technology, as I've discussed before, to decarbonize emissions, to control our pollution to less than 0.0001% and maintain that net zero carbon emission. Again, the technology used will be maintained and upgraded by this Global Center of Distinction and Excellence there. Right? Some other unique things about what I want to show. This is a sort of a replication of what this net zero land carbon sink park ecosystems would look like, based on 100 to 150 acres of land. What we're actually doing is that, and this is time tested, this has been done around the world. The uniqueness about this process is that we are actually bringing together the CDM side and the REDD side. Because if you understand what the REDD does, or this land-based ecosystem does, it actually helps to sequester, capture and sequester the carbon. If you notice that all of the plants there that is sitting there around, this is actually going to be native and systematic trees. If you notice it, the maximum amount of carbon it captures, especially during the daylight hours, and maximum amount of oxygen being produced during the night. At the same time, the waste is actually being processed. All different refuse is being processed in this system here. Just a little idea of this is where we are actually going to be focusing on, these specific sites that we are going to be focusing on. And this is about just some idea about the revenue model, where we'll be focusing on thermal energy, electricity, CBG, hydrogen, blended fuel power, e-waste and metal, EPM, this is ecopedosphere. You know, whenever the way landfills have been mined in India, is that it has a coating of sand or soil, and then they put the garbage on top of it. So we are going to actually turn this EPM using a regenerous system to sort of create to sort of regenerate and give life back to this this toxic soil there. One of the things that I wanted to point it out, regardless of whatever, whichever one of these that.
Dr. Mujat, so I think you have given the complete picture of the delta activities, and definitely if these can be implemented, I think this will be one of the good solutions for the waste management. So we'll come back to you again, once we listen to all the panelists, because we have paucity of time. So if you allow, shall we move to the next panelist?
Yes, just give me one more minute just to point out these technologies, because I think you're asking us about technologies. And I think one of the most important things is the approach that we are going to be taking actually in this process. one of the things that we're doing is what is called the environmental impact assessment and the strategic environment assessment, where we're going to be using the state-of-the-art LiDAR technology to study the landfill, what is in the landfill, and to understand every single quadrant of the landfill in terms of processing the refuse. This is the process that we're going to be unfolding. These are some of the technologies that we are going to be implementing into that process, state-of-the-art technologies that we're going to be implementing there, whether it's for the anaerobic digestion systems that we are going to be implementing there in the same site. Also, this is the very most important. Many of the speakers talk about torrefication. This is technology that is proprietary to us again, that we will be using to turn that waste into that specialized fuel. One of the other, some of the participants specifically spoke about the tire recycling and the plastic recycling. These are all specialized technologies that are specific to us. I just wanted to point out something. These are some of the organizations that are actually strategically involved with us in this entire process here. So we come.
There's a bit of a time constraint. I will allow the other panelists to come on. Please.
Okay, good.
So thank you, Dr. Mojad.
Thank you so much indeed. And I'm hoping to be able to present some more of this to you. Thank you, sir.
In case, we have because we are already delayed in the session, so we would like to listen the other panelists also. Now I request to say Dharmendra ji to give his views on basically, mainly I'll be happy if there's some way forward, right? Some challenges and way forward is more important now. So we would like to hear, right, on those aspects.
Thank you, Professor Pant. I would present the situation from the point of view of the urban local body, the issues and the challenges that the local body faces. The practical aspects of the solid management, and one of the best managed municipal bodies has issues which are almost the same as the issues which can be for any other municipalities. And the issues of municipal solid waste generate out of the fact that there are responsibilities which are cast on citizens also, and also on the municipality. To give the entire perspective of the problem which is there for municipal solid waste management, we in India generate about 1.5 or 1.4 lakh metric tons of solid waste every day, and it is further rising rapidly with population growth, urbanization, and improvement in living standards of the people. And the current systems in India have low collection coverage, inadequate transport services, lack of suitable treatment, recycling, disposal equipment, and these are the factors which lead to unsatisfactory waste management, leading to water, air, and land pollution. So managing the waste is a major challenge in India, and particularly in the urban areas, and it is now becoming same in the rural areas also, because the consumption patterns are increasing and the waste also is increasing in the rural area. So long-term waste management planning requires visionary projects, development by the urban local bodies, private sectors, NGOs, and all stakeholders. The roles and responsibilities to deliver a sustainable system needs to be defined with regular monitoring and evaluation of the progress. The municipal waste are of 6 categories, and these are wet biodegradable waste, there's non-biodegradable dry waste, domestic hazardous, sanitary waste, and construction demolition waste. We in NDMC are collecting all these waste separately and managing them separately, but in most of the municipalities, these wastes are not being managed as they should be managed. And hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. So I mean, the quantum of problem in terms of functional elements of waste management starts from generation and the primary storage, which is a source segregation at the household level, the litter bins, waste storage bins, municipal bins in the public areas, Then the primary collection comes, which is the door-to-door collection, segregated transportation of the municipal solid waste, street sweeping. Then secondary storage, where the material recovery facilities are built, waste processing is there, wet waste and dry waste is separately separated out. And they have a transportation facilities thereafter to transport this to the waste management side, predefined routes for efficient transportation. Then we need a recycling technologies and stakeholders involvement. And finally, the processing and disposal of the municipal waste, which means sanitary landfill sites, dump sites, waste treatment plants, and market for recyclable. If I present the picture of Delhi, Delhi generates about 10,997 metric tons of waste, municipal solid waste every day. And the quantum which is being processed every day is 5,726, which is about 52%. And 48%, which is about 5,270, is disposed to the sites at Ukla. So we have a major challenge of managing this 48% of the municipal solid waste generated by processing it appropriately and then disposing it off. At the moment, they are being disposed of at the dump sites of Balswa, Ghazipur, and Ukla. And if I look at the municipality-wise processing of the waste, NDMC being a small municipality manages to process all its 100% municipal solid waste. Delhi Cantonment Board, another small municipality, manages about 64% of the waste being processed. North NCD, Municipal Corporation of Delhi, processing about 51%. South Delhi Municipal Corporation, 52%, and East Delhi Municipal Corporation, 49%. So there's a huge chunk which is still unprocessed, which is not being managed the way it should be managed. We have another issue in Delhi, which is of legacy waste. These dump sites which you see at Ghazipur, Balswa, and Ukla, we have about total of estimated 280 lakh metric tons of legacy waste lying there, which is to be biomined and after disposed of, processed and disposed of properly by disposing the inert that will be generated from there. And this process is on, and this is being also seen by the National Green Tribunal. They had given us a target of disposing of this by the July 2020, but so far we have already been able to do about 13%, and still a large percent remains to be biomined and then the inert to be disposed of. And this leads to another problem. We have about 280 lakh metric tons of legacy waste. If it is biomined, about 60 as inert waste. So that will also have to be then thereafter used appropriately, maybe in road construction or some other activity, so that it can be appropriately disposed of. Then the gap that I mentioned in the beginning about the municipal solid waste generated in Delhi and the processing capacity that we have is about 48%. And this also has to be appropriately bridged by building up capacity for material recovery facilities, recycling, composting, biomethanation, and waste to energy plant. And let me tell you that in all these directions, the works are already on. And it is estimated that by December 2022, we should have an additional capacity of about 7,765 tons per day metric ton to process this waste. So with this 5,800 processing capacity plus 7,700, we will have about 13,400 metric tons per day capacity to process the municipal solid waste. And we should ideally take care of the entire waste being generated by Delhi. The challenges that are faced in waste management generally are segregation of waste at source by the waste generator, lack of infrastructure for collection and transportation of the waste, availability of land for setting up of waste processing facilities, lack of funding for solid waste sector, lack of cost-effective technology to adopt new innovation, improper waste management in rural areas, non-compliance of various waste management rules and bylaws and its enforcement, lack of citizen awareness activities by urban local bodies and hence less involvement of the citizen, lack of proper utilization of experts and environmental professionals, less daily waste processing capacity of existing processing plants, removal of existing garbage, vulnerable points and mini and macro dump site, non-maintenance of scientific landfill sites, bioremediation of historic and legacy landfills, and salvaging any possible recyclables to recover the land for future use, unorganized sectors of recycler, underreporting of municipal solid waste data, burning of agro residue with major health and environmental hazard, lack of monitoring, lack of modern technology for storage and processing of agro residue. And these challenges can be dealt with by way forward engagement of all stakeholders in planning and execution, emphasis on resource recovery through material recovery facilities, execution of sanitation plan with timeline, giving a boost to research and development activities with focus on resource recovery, capacity building of solid waste management of local bodies. So, and factors which will have to be undertaken by the other local bodies at the themselves, and also by the state and the government sectors, and also by the other stakeholders, both at the policy level and the execution level, to ensure that the municipal waste is handled in a manner in which it should be handled as per the municipal solid waste rules notified by the government, so that we do not have any such pollution or environmental degradation in urban areas at a local level, and also at the national and at the global level. With this, I'll end my submission here. If any questions are there, I'm there.
Yeah, we'll come back. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dharmenji, for providing the right insights on the challenges which we have. And I think we need to address all the challenges, and that will be a way forward. So I request now Mr. Dr. Anil Kumar Dixit ji to give his views on how to handle these kind of challenges and what should be the way forward.
Okay, thank you, Professor Pant.
Yeah, we can, Professor Dixit, please continue. Professor Dixit?
Okay, sure. So I hope you can see the screen.
We can see your screen, sir.
Yeah, please continue. You have 5 minutes. I think there is some connection issue at your end. Professor Dixit, I think there is some connection issue. Professor Dixit? Okay, so shall we move to the next panelist? So now I invite. Okay. Professor Dixit, can you hear us? You are muted. Please unmute yourself.
Okay. Yeah, I have done that. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, but it's feeble.
Hello?
Professor Dixit, we can hear you.
Professor Dixit, your internet is unstable. We are not able to hear you well.
Yeah, actually.
Your internet is unstable. Can you go to the next speaker and come back to you later? If you can set your
I think that should be fine. But my no,
your internet is not stable, sir. Your internet is not stable, Professor Dixit. And I think there's a problem with your internet.
Let us move to the next panelist. I invite Dr. Arun Pawar.
I am
Yeah,
Then,
we will come back to you. Professor Dixit will
but
come
my
back
things
to you.
are not.
So I invite Professor Arun Grover to give his views and how should we move forward. I think that is more important and we would like to hear from you right on that way.
So Professor Pant, at the outset, I would like to congratulate you and your colleagues at IIT and DRIVE for arranging this two-day workshop on solid waste management. So let me confess that the CRIXI cluster at Chandigarh was nucleated to pursue what DRIVE is doing at present. For a variety of reasons, we couldn't make progress with the CRIXI, but the office of the PSA has got things going for the city-based clusters. And all eyes are on DRIVE because DRIVE is located in Delhi, very close to the offices of PSA, PMO, DST, DBT, and all other central agencies, okay, or the central organizations like CSIR, ICAR, ICMR, Ministry of Earth and Planetary Sciences, UGC, AICT, etc., etc. So Professor Ganguly and Professor T.R. Sharma, who were a part of a clique, they know where we failed and why we should not fail at DRIVE. So the observables of this solid waste management, they offer the academia and industry in India to deliver. It's an opportunity and challenge for us to handle some societal problems in partnership with all the stakeholders. So this two-day meeting has brought the stakeholders together and it gives all of us an assessment where we are and where we ought to go. By bringing in the international stakeholders, like a presentation that we had from Dr. Philip Mozart, that told us, okay, where the international consortia are to handle our problems. So now, issue is that argument has been made that we have to have technologies which are localized. We can get a technology from Sweden, but we have to localize it. This is what has been emphasized. So we have to be very careful. Are our problems going to be handled by giving the problem to international consortia? Like Philip Mozart just told us, they have done a great deal of work already and they are trying to offer us a solution. So are we going to do things in parallel or we are going to doing things in cooperation with them? So the practical approach should be to do things in cooperation with them. We should study what they are offering us, how we can adopt it locally, and then deliver. Because finally we have to deliver locally, because this is not a problem of just the city of Bombay, Calcutta, or other bigger towns. It's a problem eventually of every municipality. So problems of every municipality has to be handled and has to be handled by local academia industry interaction. Delhi today sits at the center of, within 5 hours distance from Delhi IIT, we have four IITs, we have 6 NIT-like institutions, we have 11 central universities or the quasi-central universities and so on and so forth. So DRIVE is put together everyone, and we had glimpses of what the IITs can deliver, what the individual professors located in smaller, newer universities can deliver. But you have to carry everybody through, and the DRIVE has to set an example how the smaller city clusters can handle these things locally. For instance, I am currently in Chandigarh. The Chandigarh administration has asked IIT Ropar and Punjab Engineering College to give them a proposal as to how the solid waste management or this refuge would get handled on behalf of the Tri-City area, which today has a population of nearly 2.5 million. So everyone is saying we will do this agricultural refuse. Okay, it is for Western UP, Haryana, Punjab, Madhya Pradesh, areas in and around Delhi, and DRIVE is just centrally located for this. So all this eventually has to be permeated for the entire India. Fortunately, we have systems in place. DST got created 30 years ago state councils of science and technologies. Every state has a council of science and technology. I am currently working with Haryana State Council of Technology, and their concern also is how they will manage their refuge. One of their officers was to make their presentation, Balaji, who was earlier the municipal commissioner of Chandigarh and Haryana officer. He was to make us a presentation on behalf of Haryana, but somehow he couldn't join us. So what you have done is a wonderful job. It's a good beginning. We have to have a continuous assessment. Okay, look at our partners within India, look at our possible partners globally, okay, and then work out a strategy later on. 5 minutes is too short, but I would get back to you as a chair of RAC. This is what my job is, to see that we don't fail this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Grover, for your comments. And I think you rightly said that there is a need of cooperation. And also the technology should be developed within the country. The collaborations can be done with the international agencies. So that's I fully agree with you. And that is what I think the initiative of the drive and the Make in India concept. Thank you, sir, for your valuable suggestions and comments on this. Now I invite our next panelist, Dr. Preeti Benjal, for her comments on this. How should we move forward? Right? What are the major challenges, right, to handle all these kind of waste?
Thank you very much, Professor Pant. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. So, so the interesting part of being the last panelist is that most of the things you want to speak have already been spoken about. So just to begin with, I will start with a very short intro about what we are doing in the area of e-waste management. So it started with recently in a meeting, Honorable Prime Minister raised about a very important issue of e-waste, and we took it up and started working over this. We followed a sort of 360-degree of a stakeholder consultation, the kind of thing which we are doing in 2 days' time. This is how we started for e-waste management. Thereafter, I prepared a end-to-end framework, circular economy framework on the e-waste management. And if Professor Pant wishes, I can share it so that the same can be shared with all the participants and it would be beneficial, I suppose, for everyone. We presented this framework in the Prime Minister Science, Technology, Innovation Advisory Council, PMSTIAC. We take it up forward with multiple rounds of technology roundtable, webinar, technology commercialization things. So there are n number of things which we are going. This is sort of work in progress. Meanwhile, we also proposed a high-level meeting with Honorable LG of Delhi. And we proposed to for setting up of 3 e-waste eco park, e-waste management eco park in Delhi, which Delhi administration has agreed to, and they are working on this project. So this is the progress so far. In general, for the solid waste management, which is basically a cross-functional in nature, so all kind of challenges do come here. The Ministry of Environment, who have recently issued in 2016, some 5 years have elapsed, they issued the policy framework on solid waste management as well as e-waste management. And yet we have not been able to enforce them. Maybe the basic reason is that all stakeholders, may it be the academia, may it be the producer, the recyclers, the distributors, industry, urban local bodies. So there are multiple stakeholders and each one have to play a specific roles. And stitching all of them together and creating a complete picture of e-waste ecosystem or solid waste management ecosystem is the real challenge. And this is an opportunity in a sense also, because it gives us an opportunity of working together in a watertight silo kind of working, which we are habitual to working with. So this is a kind of opportunity also to work together, add our efforts, integrate them, and create a complete picture, adding these different components of a big jigsaw puzzle. And if we are able to do this, it offers huge opportunity for us. The government, the best part is that the government at the very high level is very much serious about taking it up further, taking this as a complete circular economy thing, all kinds of waste management, and capitalizing the value out of it. So this is a good part. The other good part is that our labs, our academic institutes, our scientific centers, they all are coming up with state-of-art technologies. So in today's time also, we have listened that so many things are happening in this domain. Industry is also joining. There are multiple kind of industries who are holding the patents in this domain. So overall, sort of, we are having good pictures. We are isolated in different domains. And our role is to integrate them, consolidate all those efforts, put in efforts for technology transfers, put in efforts for commercialization of these technologies, creating a sort of public-private participatory model. Because the kind of techno-financial resources which are required for this kind of thing, the government alone or the industry alone cannot do this. We need to devise different kind of methodologies wherein all the stakeholders do participate as partners. We need to devise a kind of model where we employ technology for effective extraction of usables from the waste, may it be the waste to energy kind of thing, or the waste to material extraction, important materials. We just now have cited to the Japan metal things, the rare earth metals which we could extract from the electronic waste things. So all these kind of things, the urban mining, how to employ these technologies. So I understand there is a huge scope for organizations like Drive to take up, stitching all those things together. And I am sure that we would be able to do this, and we can do some new things and seize the momentum which is building up. So for now, I pause here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Preeti, for your nice words on this. Although there are a lot of challenges, besides, right, electronic waste management is one of the key areas, right? And a lot of things can be done. The metals like rare earth metals can be extracted, and we have to make the society aware that how these valuable, whatever the refuse material can be, right? So that there should be a kind of incentives can be, right? A kind of incentive award. Those things should also be there, and there is always, right, should be kept a responsibility of all these stakeholders also. This is, I think, some legal aspect should also come in between, that when the waste is being produced by a particular manufacturer's product, I think that should be, right, controlled. And similar things should be for plastic also, because that's like plastic ban. In the similar way, the electronic products can also be refused or banned, right, to market unless they make a strategy that how this is being disposed and for how much time. So time is also important, that it should not be disposed of in a short period of time. I will say that if an electronic market in the market should not be disposed of just after 6 months, like in the mobile system we are doing in computers, laptops, every 6 months, every year, right? People are taking new laptops, new computers, new mobiles. So those things should be stopped. So I think then there will be a kind of awareness will come. I again request Dr. Dixit. Are you there, Professor Dixit? I think Professor Dixit has some connection issue, and also we have a paucity of time. So due to paucity of time, I would like to stop. So once again, I thank you all the panelists for giving their valuable suggestions and overview. How should we, right, address these challenges and how should we take forward? So we'll prepare a compendium of all, right, these kind of challenges and way forwards, and then we'll share with all of you so that this can be edited further. So thank you very much. And now I pass it to Professor Sonde for the next panel, which is Industry Academia session. I thank you everyone for the, right, attending the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pant, for a lovely conduction of this your session. Good afternoon, everybody. My sincere apologies to all the panelists and all the members for being delayed. It was completely beyond the control of the organizers. So please pardon us for this 30 minutes delay. may I request all the speakers of this panel to switch on their camera, and so that we are all able to see you very well. This is a very important last session, not the least. Of course, we always say this, the industry academia interaction. I think Professor Arun Grover actually set the scene on our behalf, saying that a lot of things are happening in the high portals of the scientific institutions. Now, how do you percolate them? How do you deploy them? How to actually now make them happen in the field is the challenge, and that's where this whole kind of a dialogue which is happening. The problem of industry academia interaction is something which we'll discuss. I would try to keep it as short and as sweet as possible. Again, from the point of time management, I'm not going to read the detailed biodata of all my eminent speakers, but just let me list them, because all of them, I think the audience here know them very well. So first, my speaker is Professor Rajiv Shekhar. He is director of IIT ISM Dhanbad. I know Professor Rajiv Shekhar for a long time, and we are working on the concentrated solar thermal at IIT Jodhpur. So he's currently in ISM Dhanbad after his long stint in IIT Kanpur. We have got Professor A.K. Ganguly, our Deputy Director of IIT Delhi, a man of eminence in the field of material science and engineering. I don't know whether Professor Yadav had joined, Gajanan Yadav, my good old friend from ICT. I don't see him. I don't think
he had joined here.
Hi, Yadav, I'm not able to see you. So he's again another man of eminence, Padma Shri, and whatever that one can boast of. He has got all the decorations of the awards. Then we have got Dr. Atul Vaidya, my close friend from NEERI, the man of specialization in the field of solid waste management. Welcome, Dr. Atul. And we have got the last panelist is Miss Sangamitra Jain from BHEL. Madam, welcome to you for this session. So I begin the session by only making two comments. When I was yesterday morning, when this conference started, I thought I know a little bit about this waste management. In fact, Ram Gopal Rao said, no, Professor Sonde, you know so many things. I've been working with Thermax. I was working earlier with NTPC and all that. But today I must confess to all of you that I know nothing. I know nothing about the solid waste management, because so much is available in this country, and the amount of work that is happening in those eminent institutions, my own alma mater like BARC or everything, I don't know, name one particular institution. So much of knowledge is available in this country. I felt I know nothing. Time has come that we should utilize this knowledge. So if so much of expertise, so much of intellectual capital is available, but it is not translated, into the real field, there is some problem. And this is something which Professor Arun Grover also talked about it. Do we only go for West and look for what technology is developed in Sweden or in Europe, or whether we want to develop our own technologies, or we need to collaborate with each other? Now, these are all problems that are pressing, and that is something which I want to address, my panelists to address. And number two, my dear colleagues, the second problem that I heard yesterday from industry, industry said that you're not solution, but you're not addressing.
Professor Sonde, your throat has, I think, some problems, so don't speak too right in a low pitch.
Thank you.
So, and I think Professor Yadav has requested that he wanted to speak first. He has some work, so if you allow, Professor Yadav.
I will do that. So this is something where we need to understand, if the solutions are there and the industry is not able to utilize that particular solution, there must be some issue. So what is that issue? Why the great science is not able to utilize is something I want to know. So with this, may I now request, so do you want Professor Yadav to be invited first? So may I request Professor Yadav to give his views for 5 minutes. Over to you, Professor Yadav.
Thank you, Professor Sonde. I must confess that I have a very bad day today. I have no electricity connection. I use my USB and only little power is remaining. On the top of it, when I use my mobile phone with the hotspot, since morning I have used, now it says 92% plan is gone. So 8% plan is remaining. So I thought I should be the first. I should be the first to speak.
The mark cannot be moved below the note except under exception. You can be brief, Professor Yadav. You can be brief.
Are you able to hear me?
There's a bit of a noise, but you can start now, Professor Yadav.
Okay, thank you so much. I had prepared nice slides, but I can't show them because I don't have data to show them. But I tell you what theme I had chosen. Industry institute interaction should be for mutual benefit. And what I go further and say, for converting academic research into business, which will be a prelude to SMSCs and to unicorns. That is what the theme I had chosen. And since, this is based on the waste management, waste which can be converted into value. And I head that committee of DST. So I know what work has been done, even including Professor Pant's lab and many others in the country. So what I want to tell you is why there should be industry institute interaction. Need not be told to this, August gathering. But the important thing is why universities don't do what companies do, and why companies don't do what universities do. And the reasons are as follows. One of the things is the uncertainty. The uncertainty of basic research outcome is one of the reasons which is responsible for this. Second is the so-called inappropriateness or non-marketability. Maybe you do some research, you have fantastic research, but they occur at such a fundamental level that cannot be converted immediately into industrial utility. So that is one of the reasons. And at the same time, there could be a spillover, that some basic research can be easily spill over to competitors in the same line of business. And that may actually help the competitors more than help the company that conducted the initial research. And lastly, in academia, publications are more valued than patents. Of course, this is changing now, and we are talking about patent, publish and prosper. Okay, so since I come from a great Institute of Chemical Technology, I would tell you that how this academic research has helped the industry and vice versa, because it is a hub of innovation and entrepreneurship. 8% of India's GDP is created by alumni of ICT. Many of them started their work in the laboratory and then master's degree or PhD, and then converted that into industrial utility. And some of these famous companies are examples of that. And no wonder that this institute has produced 19 Padma awardees. So how this excellence was achieved and what can be done for converting, whether it is waste or any other matter, because waste is one subset of the entire academic research for collaboration. Because IITs have a national character, and therefore the faculty and students are of national character, and many of them do service, selfless service. However, the connectivity with industry, many of them do not have the connectivity which is required. Okay, and there has to be some spirit of entrepreneurship. And of course, and this is where the alumni play a very important role. And these are some of the well-known things, like creation of chair professorship, that is yes, or the industrial sabbaticals for faculty members, so that they can work on a real problem which can definitely benefit the industry. Or I would suggest, and this I have tried, that a group of students from first year to fourth year, they will be taken as problem solvers with a faculty member as an advisor. So all this group and the faculty member benefit. My personal belief is that India should go for trimester pattern of education, because that pattern gives very important results. And I have tried it. My Bhubaneswar campus and Jalna campus, which is an integrated master's program with 9 trimesters in classroom and 6 trimesters in industry, where alternate trimester, the class is divided into half, and that helps both the industry and they can solve industrial problems. Of course, industry-sponsored project, I need not tell. What is important for industry is a tax incentive. Can we have more CSR funding 3% instead of 2%, where 1% is spent on research in higher educational institute, where, that is what is required. And not only that, the startup companies by students and faculty members. One of the things which we can do is scale up. We can undertake new research problem, and we can involve all stakeholders in the choice of the projects and solving industrial unsolvable problems with academic first. So there is a fundamental research as well as academic research. And very importantly, cross-disciplinary consultants to SICK industries. There are many SICK industries which can be, consulted by the academia. So that will help the industry as well as it will help the institute. And one important thing,
so that we can hand it over to the other.
One important thing is the universities must patent and the government must, give support to this patenting, because Indian universities were too conservative and short of vision. When I applied for a patent, Mumbai University took 1 year to give me permission, and they asked me to give 32 copies. So you can imagine that kind of situation we had. So I think this is where government has to do something. And in the West, Susan Hockfield, with the former first lady president of MIT, what she said? Universities are the engines of economic growth, and universities can do more than what they think. And she was the most successful fundraiser through industry. And she went beyond the MIT brand across all educational institutes. So India must do that. IITs should not restrict themselves to IITs. They should go to other institutions. There are very excellent institutions like ICT, where they can collaborate and develop, technologies which will be held by industry, and industry should also do that. It is very, very important. And not only that, I will tell you the next thing which I believe is what should be done. The industries must believe in the academic research.
May I intervene?
Yeah.
Because of limited time, because we're already.
Yeah, I will stop here. I will stop here.
Time.
You call me. Hopefully I will have some data left. Thank you.
Wonderful point. So may I request Professor Rajiv Shekhar to give his views? Professor Rajiv Shekhar.
Thank you, Dr. Sonde. It's a pleasure seeing you again after what I say about 7 or 8 years.
7, 8 years.
Remember, this was an example of industry academia collaboration. We were trying, if you recall, yes. We were talking with Thermax about setting up the whole idea was to set up a solar thermal system for, let's say, cooling for, what are these places? Where they store agricultural goods. I'm forgetting the name. Yes. So we were thinking of cold storage, right. So we were thinking of a composite air conditioning system. Okay. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm sorry, I'm in the airport, so you might hear some background noise. See, to me, there are two issues here. One is the culture. In academia, obviously, as you know, publication is a big thing. And as far as upward mobility is concerned, publication takes a very important role. But fortunately, that is changing now, because I see DST as a policy is focusing on practical application. And in the industry, the obvious issue is whether it will affect the bottom line or not. So one issue is the culture, but the second most important issue, I'm talking from the academic institution side, is the leadership issue. See, a lot depends on the director and his leadership team in how they shape the thinking of faculty members in the institute. And I'll give you an example. First thing is, we need to look ahead. If you look at in IIT, ISM, we are starting 2 programs. One is Anusandhan 2030, which is, we are looking at technologies which are still at a research stage. So you start work on it. So by the time 8-10 years, it becomes, it is time for it to come to the market, then we are ready with obviously industrial collaboration. The second problem I see, especially with the faculty, that we do not have an entrepreneurial bent of mind. And when I say entrepreneurial bent of mind, I'm not talking about business. I'm talking about looking at a problem in its totality. Don't only try to solve a little problem, let's say the chemistry part, and leave it. You have to think about in terms of what would be the environmental implications, what would be the implications of mass manufacturing, the circularity issues, how it will be able to be, what is the possibility or how it will be integrated in the existing processes. So this bent of mind and total thinking is something that is missing. We have a very narrow approach. We go to a journal, look at the paper, find a gap, work on it. Now this needs to change completely. And if I see, we can work very synergetically. See, both industry and academia have their own niche areas. We work on fundamental applications and fundamental processes. We develop a process in the lab scale, but where we really need industry's help, we have to, when we are talking about scaling up. And scaling up is an issue which we are not very good at. For example, I heard that, for example, DMRL sometimes back came up with a titanium alloy. They could do it in the lab, they were telling me, but when they were trying to manufacture it on a large scale, there were issues. So scaling up is an area where we need to work together. And I'll give you some examples. For example, rare earth metals are very strategic metals. Rare earths are very strategic metals. We have prepared oxides and chlorides, but we still do not make metals and alloys which are absolutely essential. So we have submitted with IMMT Bhubaneswar, we have submitted a proposal. And what was very interesting was, if you look at this production, it's an electrolytic production, which is very similar to production of aluminum. Very similar cells, though they operate at much lower amperage. And what we found was, I talked to some people in one aluminum company, they were not willing to take the step forward. And it would have been a very easy task for them to adapt a few cells, at least for experiments, for the production of rare earths. Similarly, we did a lot of work on advanced Hall cells for production of aluminum. And there what we saw was, and one of my students was working in that aluminum company, but the company was not even willing to spare one cell so that we could do experiments. And finally, something solar thermal that Thermax is very good at. Everybody talks about solar PV, but it is commoditized. Solar thermal is a technology which is going to come up in a big way. And the major advantage is it can give you process heat or electricity depending on what you want. In many furnaces, like metallurgical furnaces, you use electricity for heating, okay, or you use gases which produce carbon dioxide. Now, we developed the concept of solar convection furnace, where hot air developed from a solar thermal field could be used in a retrofitted aluminum soaking furnace, but it did not work. So what we need is a mindset change from both sides, from the industry side, from the academia. We have to have a vision 10 years ahead of time. And we also need to, and the second thing we also need to do is, I forgot to say, one was looking ahead. The second problem we had was Anusandhan 2020, where we said, can we develop materials, for example, super special alloys, which we import. So we need a change of mindset. Truly speaking, there is very little research happening in the industry. So we need a mindset in the industry, mindset in the academia, and what is the most important thing is leadership here. The leadership has to make it clear. As a director of the institute, I am now making it clear that if you want to be promoted, product development would be a very important part for it. Thank you.
Really, you have hit the nail on its head. Really, you have hit the nail on its head. Thank you very much. Professor Ganguly, where is the disconnect? Where is the disconnect between the industry and academia? Academia has got solutions, industry says they've got problem, but still there is a problem of this connection. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sonde, and thanks, Professor Pant, for inviting me. I'll just share a few slides I made. So, can you see my slide?
Yes, we can see your slides.
Okay, so I will basically, I am in academics and I have been in IIT for quite some time, and I was also in another institute which I founded. So what I understand about this academia industry relation to solve problems of solid waste management. So one is the first, so three things I feel. One is the scientific and technical solution, which is available in academia, needs to be scaled up. And this is my personal research also. We did many things, but they are at a level and then they need a scaling up, and for which sometimes academics don't have the energy to run around, find the right industry to handhold. That is the middle missing level, which does not allow the technology generated at the lab to be really converted. Although patents may be there, but it doesn't go really big in the market. The other thing I will talk is avoid or manage or control solid waste at local institutional level. Many people have talked that you need to control at local levels. The third is the societal outreach, what academia can do through effective education, teaching the teachers, skilling, and telling them about the policies which are good practices and how one needs to follow, so that from the grassroots or the microscopic level, this attitude towards waste and to reuse them or minimize the waste, or to think about using something which may become a waste tomorrow. If you have an option A and B, which one I should choose? That kind of a thinking to come into society. So as an academic institution, what strengths do we have? We have expertise in different areas. We have microbiologists, we have people who work on vermiculture, we have people who understand biochemical processes very well. We have people who work on plasma techniques, who can work on plasma pyrolysis. We have people who understand metal extraction, people who work on economics, so whether this is worth taking to the industry or will industry be interested or not, management, and policies. So there is this whole gamut of people. We have the infrastructure. Some of the institutions have the finest labs. Professor Yadav just mentioned ICT has great labs. IITs, of course, yes. And now many new institutions like ISERS or many national labs under DBT, DST, DRDO, CSIR. So we have a lot of these advanced labs, equipments. We have biosafety labs, we have plasma generators, etc. We have human resources. We have students, we have technicians, we have faculty. So we can do advanced research, we can build prototypes, we can have workshops, training, skilling, and policy formulation. We have highly developed online platforms. Thanks to COVID, now these platforms, we are wonderful. We can take up 1,000 people, etc. All this is there. So we can now have a connect all across the country with all kinds of industries, with whomsoever the academicians feel they can join hands to solve the problem. So what can academia do jointly with industry? We can have joint projects with industry. We can have joint faculty like IIT has. Dr. Sonde is there, a living example right in front of us. So we can bring in the industry culture into our academia. When people who worked in industry, how they look at a problem and a problem which is being solved in the laboratory by students and professors, they can give an idea how we can move in forward. So IITs in that are little better. We are flexible, we are open. And so many things we can change, like at IIT Delhi, a lot of things have changed in the last 5 years or so on startups. The ecosystem is changing. We are bringing about a new research and innovation building. So many things are different, but it depends on the academic institution. Certain IITs are higher up in that, and other institutions need to follow certain institutions. Like CSIR had this practice of transfer of technology much earlier, and they had these innovation parks like NCL Pune had just next to its campus. I forget what it is called now, but there is something which is supposed to take up all the technologies which are generated in the lab and take it up to the industry. So Pune as a hub has a good industrial hub. Similarly, Hyderabad has biotech kind of hub where academic institutions can connect. And now there is RICH. This is the research park, RICH it is called in Hyderabad, led by Dr. Ajit Rangnekar. And they have like the Delhi cluster, they have the Pune, the Hyderabad cluster is the RICH. So we can have joint faculty from industry to promote the industrial culture, and who can help faculty go to the next step, coming close to industry. Because as many Professor Yadav also mentioned, industry is looking at something which is near ready to go. And if you develop something in IIT, it is probably at some TRL level 3, 4, or maybe that it has to go up till 7, 8 or something, where the industry will start looking at it. Now, but this can be handheld by people who are coming into our industry, and then students going to industry and working as the trimester system, which Professor Yadav has said. Those are some things. We can encourage faculty for awards. For many times, we work in, like many of my papers in waste management are in journals which are impact factor 2, 3. If I publish in a real chemistry journal, it will go into impact factor 7 or 8. Now, many academicians think like that. If I do some work, I am extracting a good nanomaterial from a waste, and I'm publishing where people read waste management. There's a journal called Waste Management. Then there are journals like that, International Journal of something, those are not mainstream journals for a chemistry professor or a physics professor or a material science professor. Those are on the fringes of where mainstream academicians work and publish. But some encouragement needs to be there where we kind of say that these are areas which are in journals, like Journal of Chemical Environment something. I published few papers in that, or development. They are not very high impact. They are like 2.5 or something, but they are like, we take a waste from industry, say cobalt waste, and I convert it, I'll show you some pictures, and convert into a material which can then act as a catalyst for the conversion of an organic compound into a very important organic starting reagent for industry. Now, so there needs to be some encouragement for people who work in these areas in academia, because they are publishing in areas where these are borderline journals where you are neither in chemistry nor in material science nor in chemical engineering, but in between, where you are trying to solve out these problems. The other is you can have fellowships for students. Say we have 1,000 PMRF fellowships all over the country. The government of India gives, so scaled it up. Now IIT Delhi is actually the nodal agency for government of India, Prime Minister's funding, which is the students get much higher fellowships compared to other students. And if we earmark, say 50 fellowships for waste management, I don't know. So that can be one thing, you encourage this thing. Of course, DST, Ministry of Environment, can have special calls. Sometimes they do have these special calls where you must have an industry partner, and those can become very important. As an institute, what if every institute can do? We can do segregation at our level. IIT Delhi does segregation. The food waste and the plastic and paper waste is segregated from each home. We are also supposed to do electronic waste segregation at home. We take our local waste, and it is internally, there is a place where this is collected, and this is handled by a NGO, which then works on this waste degradation. We are also planning locally inside IIT to have a plasma pyrolysis plant next to this segregation plant, wherever this is being segregated, so that some of the plastic, I forget which plastic, they told me that they would like to recycle or do work with plasma on that, so that will be done on site. Then each institute can do an outreach to the locals around to make them aware of good policies, which I said, if you have 3 choices A, B, C, which one you should take as a material because of its cycle life. How will it end up after you use it, you throw it? How much energy will it take to reconfigure it into some useful product or incinerate it or whatever? Does that kind of information at a common level, at a local level, do people have, other than those who have PhDs in chemistry, chemical engineering, or waste processing? How can we percolate this thinking in the minds of common people in society? That kind of outreach awareness programs each institution can do over a periphery of 20, 30, 40 kilometers, depending on the strength of the institution. Then the culture within your own lab. Do you think, or your students think, if I start, I want to make X compound, which are the materials I should start with? I have a plethora of materials with which I can start. I can start with, say, lanthanum nitrate, lanthanum acetate, lanthanum hydroxide, or just a lanthanum compound. Do I think which one will give more problems after I make my compound, and what are my secondary byproducts which will come when I do this process? Does anybody think about this? This culture has to come in every laboratory in the life cycle.
1 minute more.
Yeah. So one of my things is we really need proper licensed agencies in large numbers. I think one of the gentlemen in the previous session who works on, he has 7 million tons of, he said they are working in India. I forget the name of the company. So we don't have agencies. I was looking for certain agencies. It's how difficult to find agencies who will take our chemical waste and do a proper licensed, proper method of handling that waste. Chemical waste, toxic waste, very few agencies. There is a dire need at the national level. There are agencies, but they are very numbered. So very many industries have to come into this sector. So I'll just tell you 1 or 2 things, waste to wealth. For example, we work in the lab on tin cans, the waste food, waste battery. We did many things. I will not tell you, these are all X-ray and all that. These tin cans, we made into catalysts. Catalyst with production of oxygen. We calculated the cost. There's another thing, this BTEX tin SAM, actually it is iron metal coated with tin. We made it into iron oxide, tin oxide catalyst and showed it that it has catalytic properties. We used food waste mixed with iron, sheets, and made it iron oxide decorated with porous carbon. And we made many catalysts for arsenic removal and uranium. These kind of things we have done. Battery materials, we extracted used battery materials, converted into a secondary battery material like zinc manganese oxide, and all these things at the lab level. Okay, we made zinc oxide ink, zinc oxide out of waste spent batteries. Zinc oxide is a very good material for solar application, many other applications. If you can make an ink, and then that ink should be stable for a long time, so people can use it, coat it on flexible substrates, etc. All these things, when this is an industrial project in Himachal, we converted their waste coming out into very useful products like sodium nitrate used in meat industry, sodium carbonate, sodium chloride in nanoparticle fine size, very fine, very expensive in the market. So this we took out of this waste. But then we are academicians. We did not make it an industry. Like we did it as a problem, solved it for the industry and stopped it. Maybe some more work is going on, but not at a very large scale. So this is the problem of academicians. We made nanocellulose out of somebody said students should work on this. This is undergraduate students working on a project on paper cups being thrown in IIT canteens. And we converted into nanocellulose. It was a 2-year project. So things like that we can do. We made nanostructures out of that. So I just wanted to end with the last slide with the dire need that from me, I feel there are very few agencies. There's a lot of scope for business people to enter this market, to become licensed under CPCB or DPCB and get the license to handle waste in industries, in academic institutions, etc. Very few in numbers in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ganguly. It was very, very appropriate to this particular session. I will come back to you a little later if time permits. May I request Dr. Atul Vaidya to jump in now and give his perspective. He's a national kind of a coordinator for the solid waste management. So Atul, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Am I audible, Dr. Sonde?
You are audible.
Okay, I will share my slides. There are only 4 slides, and I will try to stick to.
Ganguly has to unshare so that you can share it.
Yeah.
Ganguly, you may have to
and I will try to stick to the time limits, or else you can stop me in between anytime. You have all the rights as a coordinator. So, and at the outset, I would like to thank everyone, IIT Kanpur and our organizers, and Dr. Sonde in special, in particular, that because we have long connections from Niri side. Focus of today's panel discussion should be on solid waste management. That is my understanding, and therefore I will be only focusing on solid waste management. Number 1. Number 2. I will focus the issues related to solid waste management which are to be addressed by industry and academia as well. And I belong to a class which is neither academicians nor from industry. Jokingly, I say we don't have any class, but then I can look at both other classes in unbiased way. So I'll try to put forward my views. Number 3, as Dr. Sonde has asked one question, what we should do. We should go hand in hand with the technologies from Western world or even India to develop it to suit the needs of Indian conditions. And we should also try to develop our own technologies in parallel with that. Both the approaches are welcome, but we must understand what we are up against. That is the most important issue, because industry is interested in commercial things, rightly so, because they are not doing any charity, and academia is always interested in patents, publications, and promotions. Maybe more number of students. I am very sorry to say this, but then this is a fact which we also fall prey to that. So I'll put forward what are the realities of solid waste management issues in India and what we have to do. I'll share my screen. I think my slides are visible.
Yes, they are visible.
Okay, I'll put it in slideshow.
Yeah.
Okay. So what we are up against, number 1 thing is that we have to look at the solid waste management problem from structured point of view. And if I look at the structure of management, solid waste management in general in India, there are 4 components. 1 is collection, transportation, processing, and disposal. Now, what is the existing scenario? Whatever I publish, whatever I do, these are the scenarios, ground realities, which industry people and academicians and institutions like us should spend a lot of time in the actual dump site and then see what is what, rather than going there for 1 hour and interpreting the things. What is the status is door-to-door collection is hardly 20%. Collection means segregation at source is less than 15%. We only predict, we only depict the examples of 1 or 2 cities where it is good. All over India, this is the scenario. We still transport everything into open trucks. There are not many transfer stations. There is no logical way of transport of the solid waste. Distances often traveled are more than 20 kilometers when from the point of generation to the point of processing. Processing in India is less than 10 to 15%, less than 15% processing. Mechanical segregation is at the site is not more than 60% efficient, mostly composting and RDF and biogas. These are the 3 technologies adopted. And disposal is mostly a dumping, or very few scientifically designed landfills are there. Now, these are the ground realities which we have to work against it. And I am not complaining, or these are not the points, or these are the challenges which industry and academicians and research institutions like us, we have to jointly solve. But we must understand this is the problem. One more thing is that waste to wealth concept, our concept should be management of waste rather than earning anything out of that. That we are actually getting drifted away by waste to wealth. Sometimes there is no wealth. Very rarely you will find that there is a wealth in the waste which can be extracted at a less wealth than available wealth. Most of the times you need to put in a lot of wealth from outside to extract whatever wealth is available inside. So we are still facing a lot of environmental and health issues. And I sincerely think that collection and transportation, I refer it to as a front end of the management, processing and disposal as the back end of the management. And unless these two things are properly integrated, we will not get into a proper solid waste management solution. And mostly we are more interested in the front end application because that gives us more publicity, and many NGOs are involved. There are a lot of funding available, and most of the things are apparent. But mind well, unless there is a perfect back end processing, these front end collections and transportation and segregations have no meaning. And I sincerely think that academia should more focus on processing and disposal, that is the back end of the management, partially into front end, whereas the industry should clearly play a role into the collection and transportation, that is the front end of the management. My next slide is that, however, whatever we say, there are so many technologies available. They basically boil down to 3 or 4 basic categories, that is biochemical route, thermal route. These are the 2 basic routes available. Within biochemical route, you have composting and biomethylation. These are the 2 established things. Whereas ethanol, hydrogen, still they are in a developmental stage, and we don't have a very good, you can say, full-scale operations for that. And then thermal route, incineration, gasification, and pyrolysis. These are well established. However, they are to be properly adapted to Indian context, Indian characteristics of Indian municipal solid waste, which has a very low calorific value, high moisture content, and lot of inerts. Unless you address characterization issue properly, we cannot have a proper, well operated and easy to maintain thermal treatment system for that. And same thing applies to biochemical and composting. And then reuse, recycle, I will not focus because there is no time on that. Reuse, recycle, e-waste. There are a lot of things to be done in e-waste and other waste management also, but then we'll focus on this. Now, what a good technology is, good waste management technology is that waste is a matrix. It's not a perfect, it's not a raw material. You have to absorb all the variations in the waste, and in Indian context, it depends on climatic conditions, it depends on cultural conditions, festivities. So many things are there where waste characteristics are continuously changing, and we must develop a technology which will accept the entire matrix of the waste composition. And then my product must have norms. Sir, 2 minutes more. Product like compost must have a marketable compost quality, that is FCO norm, it has to follow. A biogas, biomethanation, waste to energy, all the things are to be proper. Biogas must be treated, or you can say put before it is put to the generator. These things are normally neglected in that. And then from the processing, there should not be any residue or emission. And if you are converting any waste to stabilized waste, it must actually follow the norms which are set by the regulatory agencies. So the technology should be practicable, economic, and consistent. And if technology is not, mostly it will not be self-sustainable. You have to support it from outside. Who pays can be a political question, but somebody has to pay for this technology and make it profitable, or industries can so that industries can take it up. So these are the things, and therefore in Indian context, all of us should struggle to make find out technology fitness, because solid waste management in India needs a clear-cut, customized solution. There cannot be a general solution for solid waste management problem in Indian context because of a lot of variations in climatic, cultural, and social and topographical conditions. And therefore, I must look for the technology fitness, whether if I select a compost technology, whether it is fit enough for Nagpur or fit enough for Bombay or fit enough for Delhi, something like that. And all academicians should struggle to make this matrix very clear, and industry should also work in collaboration with academia. And we should not be hesitant to collaborate with foreign agencies. However, we should not accept whatever is successful in foreign countries or developed countries or Western countries. We must give our inputs to make those technologies adaptable to Indian conditions. That is, in short, I could say in 5 minutes. Otherwise, this is a long way we can go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Atul. It was really appropriate. I mean, I know if the time is there, you could have given all the other views, but thank you very much. May I now request Sanghamitra Jayant from BHEL, madam, to come and give your views on this. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much for this invitation, and I'll be quick to finish my comments. I'm the last speaker, I guess. So before, without taking much time, I'll just jump into the subject. Since we are talking about industry, academia, and I am supposed to give the industry perspective. First of all, as BHEL, we are the largest engineering and manufacture public sector enterprise. And in the solid waste management area, what we bring to the table, and to specifically what we can be of good help to drive, I'll just list out. We offer emission control equipment solutions for the industry, both particulate solids as well as flue gas, desulfurizer, DNOx, DSOx solutions. Along with that, we have water solutions, clean water solutions, wherein we work in sewage water treatment plants and tertiary treatment plant, desalination plants, both for the industry as well as for the municipality. But what I want to put more focus on is that we have a pollution control research institute at Haridwar, which has been working in the area of, since 1986, it was constituted with the help of UNDP. And since then, it is working in the area of air, water, and noise pollution monitoring and analysis. It also has a solid waste management solutions like determination of the calorific value and characterization we are talking with. So I thought I'll tell you this because that there may be a good partner in this whole effort that Drive is taking, especially they are also situated in the northern part of the country. Now, coming back specifically to the academia and industry collaboration that we have, a very adjacent area that BHEL would be interested in being a capital good manufacturer in the energy sector is the waste to energy. And we have kind of done a detailed research and study on this in this area. And what, as Professor Vaidya said, that the waste management in this area can be distinctly segregated into the S&T, that is the CNT, collection and the transportation part. And the second is the processing and the disposal. In this area, what we realize that there are very small players that are playing in the composting and the transportation part. The industry has come in, but only small players in the CNT part. But in the processing part, which is actually the more technology oriented and more investment oriented area, there are very few big players. There are only small handful of players that are in area. And if we talk about processing, it can be composting, or it can be a refuse derived fuel, or it can be energy generation. It requires a huge investment. The investment will be around 60 to 80 crores per 1000 TPD of waste handling, and even more for a waste to energy plant. And whatever industry contribution that you see in this waste management or processing area mostly is in the CSR. So the first challenge, I guess, is mainstreaming the whole thing, going beyond CSR. Somebody said that we should raise the CSR fund from 2% to 3%. But is it going to really solve the problem? Or maybe how do we bring in the major industries into the processing part of it mostly? I see in the processing, there are different other challenges that other speakers have talked about. Like when we talk about energy generation from waste, the price that at which we can sell the power is quite high. So there will be PPAs, price purchase agreement issues that we see. There, the price is at the range of rupees 7 to 10 per unit. So these are the issues. And then we have also talked about the input issues, where we are not sure about the quality and the quantity of the waste that is coming into a energy generation plant. And that is a big challenge, and which in fact affects the IRR of the whole project, and the project becomes unfeasible. It's not economically feasible for an industry to get into this. So the second channel will be how do we get over this. And then as we have said, the urban local bodies who are actually on the ground in charge of execution of these projects, and most of their mind share is actually on the collection and transportation part, and little on the processing part. So in absence of a standard revenue model, or in absence of a feasibility, techno-commercial feasibility in this area, industries are actually there are many who would like to come in, but they are hesitant. So industry and academia collaboration has a big role to play in actually finding answers to these challenges. And the first thing I would propose is probably an ecosystem development, wherein organizations like DRIVE can actually work to bring in all the elements of the ecosystem. They can bring in the smaller players who will be actually working in the collection and collection part and transportation part, rope in a big one who will work for the processing part, and rope in the academia who in terms works on the technology aspect of it. And as BHEL, we have already been very majorly player in the localization of the technologies in the energy sector. So we are open to do that, provided there are some good technologies we can be brought and taken to the market. Now, secondly, talking about the technology commercialization, these three elements, all the stakeholders that they are brought together, they all basically the industry and the academia, they have to actually come together at a very early stage. Sometimes we see like I was talking last week to one of the professor who has designed one machine and he wanted to commercialize it for a specific purpose. So we asked him, do you know what is the market size of it? So probably an academician doesn't look at it at a development from that perspective, but an industry has to, at the end of the day, sell the product to the market. And they will sell the product to the market only when there is a substantial taker. They can sell only when there is a taker. And if the taker, there has to be a substantial number of takers for the product. So if you're able to, yeah, okay, I'll just complete within 1 minute. So if we're able to come together, the industry and academia comes together right from the co-creation stage, co-creation of the solution, like Dr. Vaidya just said, that we have to create solutions for each of the cities first waste management. So can we come together at a very early stage, co-create the solution, and then together take to the market, wherein academia takes care of the technology part and the industry takes care of the actual implementation part and take processing part. Secondly, the digitalization. Today we are not sure how much of the waste is generated at what is the calorific value, what is the characterization. So can we have a digitalization across the chain, wherein we use technologies like IoT, robotics, analytics, where academia has a big role to play, the students has a big role to play. Can they come up with the solution where they can actually take these solutions and that can be implemented to get an idea of what is it? And thirdly, as I said, mainstreaming. We cannot leave it to the CSR funds from the industries only to work on this just waste management. But how do we mainstream it? How do we aggregate the demands of all these, that aggregate how much waste is there that needs to be processed? So if we can do that as an academia industry collaboration, I think these are the key points from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So nice. I think each one of my panelists have given such valuable comments. I'm not going to do any concluding part. They're already running short of time. But as a member of this panel, I think all of you have brought equally important issues. One thing that I want to say here is that more dialogue has to happen between the industry and academia, especially in the waste. Because yesterday we saw, I'm just taking an e-waste. Yes, there are many e-waste parks, and there is something which is happening in BRC, CMAT, our own IIT Delhi and all that. But when you talk to the user agency, Karosambhav, he said he has got 23 different ways of the electronic waste, and then he wants the academia to solve him an integrated solution. So probably there's still a mismatch between what is the solution required by the industry and what is the problem that we are going to be solving in the academia. So this can be only solved by a more kind of a integrated discussions and try to identify, because in case of a waste is a chameleon like, it keeps on changing its characteristics. So to design a system which is flexible is a problem as far as the technology challenge is concerned. Otherwise, there's a valley of death will happen. So with this, I must thank all the panelists, Professor Yadav, Professor, everybody I don't know, Professor Ganguly, Professor Rajiv, Dr. Atul, and Ms. Sanghamitra for their valuable contribution. And thank you once again for being a part of this particular panel session. Now I hand it over back to Professor Pant and Shipra and myself for doing a very short concluding session. Over to you, Professor Pant.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Sondhe. And once again, good afternoon to all of you. And I'm very thankful to all the panelists and all the speakers, all the participants who have spent their 1.5 days, full day, yesterday and today. It's more than half day. So spent, and I think a lot of things are carrying forward from here, because this is not the end. The idea is that how to carry it forward, what should be our I think there is some echo. I request all of the others, please mute their mic. So I think it had been, all the sessions were very good. So we had 4 technical sessions, 3 panels. And if I just summarize them, the technical session 1 was talking about the concept of circular economy, and it was well covered. And I think there is a need of circular economy. The concept of linear economy should be perfectly banned. So this is the first thing where we should carry forward. The second one was on e-waste management, as Professor Sondhe has rightly said, right? A lot of technologies are available, but these are working in the isolation, whether it is electronic waste, plastic waste, or agro residue in T1, T2, T3, what we discussed, right, today also. So the technologies are developed, right? For what kind of waste, this is not clear. Just like at the end, Mrs. Sanghamitra also said. So e-waste, when we say, right, electronic waste is a mixture of various kind of waste. So what kind of waste, whether we are talking about the computer circuit board or just a plastic of the computer, right? So many things are there where we need to address or identify the specific waste and then work specifically for a given technology, right? And once it is developed, then I think it should not be in the isolation. That is another important point what I observed from the yesterday's presentations. Every group is working, but in isolation, right? Everybody says that he or she, this group has done the good work and at a larger scale. But when we look at for commercial success, it requires many things, right? The scale up is a very important thing. When we do at small scales in the lab scale, right, lab to bench scale to pilot scale, and finally we look the, right, a kind of commercial plant. And when you look at a kind of commercial plant, then economy plays a very important role. So everything, when we talk in terms of plastic to liquid fuel, plastic to carbon and hydrogen, and in terms of electronic waste, so finally the industrialist or entrepreneur asks, how much is the cost of the product, right? What will be the cost input and what will be the cost output? I think that is very important, but it should be considered in the 2 ways. One thing is that a kind of, when it is a kind of refuse material, and if it is being set up right for a particular treatment, I think there should be a kind of subsidy in the beginning to initiate that, right? And for that, the societal awareness, public awareness, because collection and segregation has become a challenge. I myself have observed the plastic collection segregation, the cost varies from 6 rupees per kg to 13 rupees per kg. And if you purchase the plastic, right, raw plastic at 13 rupees per kg, you are not going to get a profit from that, right? So this is one of the, right, I think, thing which to be addressed, that shall we do it from at domestic level, segregate the each kind of plastic. And for that, again, the social awareness, again, one of the important thing, but I think the challenges are with the stakeholders also. That is very important, that whoever the company, right, they are producing the product, at the end, they should also be responsible that what is the life cycle of that product. So that is very important, that how can we enhance the life cycle of the product, because 6 months for a mobile or a laptop, as I said earlier also, is not accepted. So we have to look at that part also, how to enhance the life or regive. So instead of the concept what we are talking 3 hours, then 4 hours, now 8 hours, but we should manage that. So there, I think some kind of rules, regulations should come, and there should be a kind of fine for that if somebody is using or disposing at a, right, a smaller time period compared to the prescribed time period, and he has to be penalized. So if we add those kind of things, I think definitely that will benefit. So I learned many things, right, from different speakers and the panelists. That is very important. Several technologies are already available, and industries are also claiming that they have that the kind of technology. But I feel that, like plastic, I observed in Delhi itself, there are plenty of plastic management plants. They convert the plastic into liquid, but my observation is that either they have been closed down due to the the poor technology or because of the environmental issues. Because at the end, we are doing it for the society. So when the solid waste is being management, it is connected to the water management, it is connected to the air management also. And Professor Grover has already, in many drive meetings, these things I have discussed, because the management of one kind of waste should not give the right waste to the other kind. So that's very important, that it should be done in an integrated manner. So when the waste is being managed, it may have the carbon dioxide, it should be perfectly captured by the the air quality monitoring control, right? So everything should be done with a greener approach. So that's very important. So we have to look at whatever the technology is being developed, it should not produce any secondary waste, and everything should go in the form of another byproduct which has some commercial value. So that is also very important. Another thing is that what I look forward is that there should be a kind of, when you look at the management of the electronic waste, some planning is must. I think the government bodies have to take lead. The body like Pollution Control Board, DPCC, CPCB, and the MOFC, NPS office all have to come forward, and prepare the guidelines, or ask us to prepare the guidelines so that we can move forward, and those should be implemented. So implementation is another important aspect, because there are several guidelines are being made, but society at large is not following those guidelines. Like the plastic has been banned many times, I said, but still I observed that a couple of areas still use the plastic way, right? So those things, so minimum, I think it should always be recycled rather throw away, right, or refuse it. So that can be done at the domestic level also. So we have to learn those techniques. We have to create those kind of workshops, right? Not these kind of workshops should come again and again, but workshop for the social awareness is more important, and especially in different parts of the society, block levels, district level, where we should prepare a kind of leaflets, and that should be given to them, that don't throw the material, rather repeat it again and again at the home itself, right? So those things are very important. So those things are to be done. I think this is from my side. I request Professor Sonde to add something to that, if there are left, because too many things are to be done.
I have nothing much to add. Nothing much to add. You have covered everything. But one enduring thought that remains out of yesterday's discussion, what he said, like waste and waste, I mean, water and water everywhere, but not a drop to drink, was a very important thing. It's a very true thing. You know, when we talk about the plastic waste, I was running some program when I was in Thermax, and when we actually tried to get the plastic waste to convert that into whatever geologically converting, we could not get the necessary quantity of the plastic waste. So there is a problem, even when we talk about the biomass or agro residue or getting an RDF. So, I mean, waste and waste everywhere, but not a waste which is required for my system, is an enduring image that there's some problem in meeting the availability, I mean, a generation to the actual connection. But I think we have to think over it. It was a wonderful session. All of us have come together. I think there's a huge responsibility, Professor Pant, between you and me, as well as Shipra, to take it.
Professor Ganguly also.
Yeah, Professor Ganguly, of course. I mean, he's our guru. He's our guru. But I thought at a working level, you, me, and Shipra may have to prepare a roadmap. How do you now take all these inputs, all these ideas, all these partners together and take it to a level where we can create a pan-India solution? So with this, I thank everybody who has made this whole 1.5 days such a eventful and such an exciting event. Over to Shipra, and then we can close the session.
Thank you, Professor Pant and Professor Sonde. Again, I'll just take a very quick 1 minute. Very enlightening sessions over the past 2 days. Very lovely to hear about all the technological developments that are happening. The logical next step is to nurture them to a level where they can be commercialized and put to good use, right? And everyone has said repeatedly, I don't need to repeat again, that there is a need for all the stakeholders to come together. All I can emphasize about is Drive is that platform that can provide the common ground for all the stakeholders to come together and create the right model of public-private partnership that Dr. Preeti Bansal was talking about, create the right platforms where all the stakeholders can find their what's in it for me and work together to solve this common problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Shipra. With this, sir, I just had a small announcement for the attendees and all the participants. That in total, we had 1,970 registrations, out of which 48 CEOs, managing director, presidents, and owners of the companies were present throughout the 1.5 day. We had 358 EMs, managers, and engineers from the industry, and 550 plus professors and assistant professors from the academia. Besides that, we had more than 800 students and 200 PhD students. We have also participants from the not only from India but US, Malaysia, Bahrain, Kuwait, and UAE. And there are several more countries like Bangladesh that I can see in my list. I would like to inform all the participants. I was going through their chats that the first thing is that all will get the certificate irrespective of whether they were on Zoom platform or they were attending from the YouTube. But it will take 1 or 2 weeks, so be patient. We'll send you the certificate shortly. Thank you.
Let us join hands and clap for Izaz and the team.
Thank you.
Those, they have done a wonderful job. Izaz, you and your team, we take a bow. It was a wonderful event, and
thank you, sir.
Deserves our compliments.
Yeah, entire team, because not only Ijaz, Prashant, then Hilary, all team members there. They can just close up their surfaces also, right? Marut is there. I can see the Marut. They are sitting at the center, and beside that, there are many who are behind this dais. So I thank you, all my entire team, for not only they are doing research work on this, but for past 1.5 days, and in fact before that also they have devoted a lot of time while coordinating this workshop. I really salute them. Day night they are working for them. So thank you everyone. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Professor.
I will get back to you.
Very good job.
Thank you so much.
Very good job. Thank you, everybody.
I will get back to you.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Take care.
We need your advices, Professor Grover. Thank you very much. And all participants and all the panelists, we need your support.
Thank you, Atul.
Right, for completing the media. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye for now.